All right. Thank you, officer.
Interpreter's on the line.
Did we have, okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please have a seat.
Señoras y señores, gracias. Tomen asiento, por favor.
Would the interpreter please announce?
Martín Hernández, court interpreter, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for helping us out here today. Will you please advise or ask Mr. Freddy Beltran up to the podium, please?
Yes, sir. Señor Freddy Alberto Beltrán, pase a la sala y tome lugar detrás del podio, por favor.
Good morning, sir. If you are partially bilingual, please wait for the interpretation before you answer.
Buenos días, señor. Si usted es parcialmente bilingüe, le pido igual que espere hasta que el intérprete termine de interpretar antes de responder, ¿de acuerdo?
Sí.
Ok.
Please tell me your name, sir.
Por favor, dígame su nombre completo, señor.
Freddy Alberto Beltrán Gastelum.
Freddy Alberto Beltrán Gastelum.
Thank you, sir. Your first charge is aggravated assault, which is a felony.
Gracias, señor. La primera acusación que tiene en su contra es agresión agravada. Es un delito.
Your second charge is kidnapping, also a felony.
La segunda acusación es secuestro, que también es un delito.
Your last charge is resisting arrest, a misdemeanor.
Y la última acusación es resistir el arresto. Eso es una falta.
I have appointed you an attorney.
Le he asignado un abogado.
Your next hearing is May 15th, downtown Phoenix.
Su siguiente comparecencia es el 15 de mayo en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
Your bond is $15,000. Good luck, sir.
La fianza en su caso es de $15,000. Buena suerte, señor.
Sí. ¿Para allá?
Yes.
Okay, go over there. Sí.
Yes. Mr. Interpreter, that's the only one I show, but in case I missed one, can you give me a courtesy announcement, please?
Yes, sir. Buenos días a todos. Soy el intérprete del comisionado. ¿Hay alguna persona más en la sala que no habla inglés y necesita intérprete de español? Si es así, levante la mano, por favor.
I show no hands raised, and the sheriff just agreed with that. Interpreter, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you just saw, I'm going to call you up to the podium one at a time. When you get to the podium, I need your name. I'll tell you the charges you're here on. I'll appoint most of you an attorney. I'll set your next hearing date, give you a location. I'll set your general release conditions. All of you will have general release conditions. They are as follows. Do not make contact with the arresting officers. Do not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid license. Keep us informed as to where you are living. If you're on probation, you'll be ordered to contact your probation officer. If the charges you're being seen here on today give me the indication that there is a victim, allegedly, you'll be ordered to stay away from that victim and not return to the scene of the alleged crime. All of this will be handed to you in writing by this fine officer standing behind me at the end of your hearing. When you have a moment, take time and read it all. Thank you, folks. Good luck, folks. James Hale is next. James, come on up. And Mr. Drummer, there's a chair right next to the door. Why don't you sit there and be on deck, so to speak? Take your time, Mr. Hale. Thank you, officer. Mr. Hale, tell me your full name.
James Hale.
Mr. Hale, this is a grand jury warrant for your arrest. It's 1 count of dangerous drugs, transportation or sale, which is a Class 2 felony. Possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. Marijuana transport for sale, a Class 3 felony. Illegal control of an enterprise, a Class 3 felony. Money laundering, a Class 3 felony. Possession of marijuana for sale, again, a Class 3 felony. Possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. Possession of a weapon in a drug offense. I have appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing, downtown Phoenix, is on the 16th day of May. The grand jury wants a $200,000 bond. Good luck, sir. Mr. Drummer, come on up, Mr. Drummer, as soon as Mr. Hale is kind of clear.
Right, okay.
Yeah, just go back, take your time, sir. After Mr. Drummer is Walter Iles. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Walter. Tell me your full name, sir.
It's still Joe Drummer.
Mr. Drummer, you have 2 different matters before the court. The first one is fraudulent schemes as a Class 3 felony, taking the identity of another, a Class 3 felony, another taking the identity of another as a Class 4 felony, a fraudulent use of a credit card, which is a Class 6 felony, and drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. On the taking the identity of another aggravated, there are 4 counts. I have appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is May 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $25,000. Good luck, sir. And Mr. Drummer, just stay right there for 2 more seconds. I apologize. You also have a probation violation matter. Same attorney, different hearing date, location on the 15th, and bond is $50 on that.
$50?
$50 on that.
So will I be able to bond out on that and this today?
And both of them, yes, absolutely.
So as long as I just pay the bond, I can get out on this?
Everything. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Make an agreement with the bonding agent, and you can get out in 6 hours.
Which, do I get a docket for the probation?
Yes, you should have both. They should be both there. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Walter, come on up. And after Walter is Jesus Fornes. Tell me your full name, sir.
Walter Wells.
Sir, this is 2 counts of arson of a structure, Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is May 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $25,000. Good luck, sir. Jesus, Mr. Fornes. And then Rodney Bowers is after this gentleman. Tell me your full name, sir.
Jesus Manuel Fornesuki,
Thank you. And your date of birth, please?
July 23rd, 86.
Thank you very much, sir. Narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. Dangerous drugs possession, a Class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is the 15th day of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $7,500. Good luck, sir. Mr. Bowers, Rodney. Come on up, Rodney. And then Sean Lopez is after Rodney. Good morning, Mr. Bowers. Tell me your full name.
Rodney Bowers.
Mr. Bowers, you have 2 different matters before the court. The first one is disorderly conduct as a Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct fighting as a misdemeanor, and criminal damage as a misdemeanor. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 15th. I put bond on this at $50 because of potential.
Can you waive the bond type?
Sir, not at this time, but let me finish. We have another matter, sir. The next matter, sir, is a probation violation warrant for your arrest issued by another judge. Same attorney, same hearing date, but a different location, the 15th day of May. Again, it's downtown Phoenix. The probation judge who issued this warrant wants a $5,000 bond. If you do bond out, sir, it's imperative you contact your probation officer and also your case manager.
Well, you're making it kind of hard. If I can't come up with $5,000 to get out and then contact her, might as well just stay.
Well, sir, that's what we're gonna do here today's date. The next judge on the...
I need to go, I need to get to my ranch to put animals away. They've been running loose hungry.
Sir, all I can tell you is to use a phone to try to get some people to help you. Good luck, sir.
That ain't right.
Good luck, sir. Mr. Lopez, John, come on up, Mr. Lopez. After Mr. Lopez is Mr. Costello. Caesar. Tell me your full name, sir.
My name is Sean Reese Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, you have two different matters. They're both quite similar. The first one's 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. Those are Class 4 felonies, and unlawful flight, a Class 5 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 14th day of May. The judge who issued this warrant out of Pima County wants a $1,000 bond. The next one, sir, is 2 counts of driving under the influence, again, Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of endangerment, a Class 6 felony. Again, can you pull those back? I made a mistake on both of them. So, sir, I made a mistake on both of these. I have to correct it. I attempted to appoint you an attorney in both counties. I cannot do that. So it'll be up to the Pima judge in both counties as to whether or not you get an attorney. He or she will, because the law requires it. But again, I can't do it from here, so I do apologize for going backwards in time, so to speak. So with the exception of the first one, I just can't appoint you an attorney, but the bond is the same. The second one is, again, 2 counts of driving under the influence, aggravated Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of endangerment, Class 6 felony. Again, I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the Pima judge. You're going to meet the Pima judge on the 14th. The Pima judge wants a $2,500 bond on the second one. If you do bond out, sir, be careful. With driving under the influence charges comes a civil issue, and that's called driving suspension or complete revocation. Good luck, sir.
So they're gonna come pick me up here?
Yes, sir. They'll come pick you up if you can't bond out. If you do bond out, you go down there in Pima, but if not, they'll come get you. Okay? Good luck.
Do you know when they'll come pick me up?
Real soon. Pima's always really punctual to get people. I would guess sometime early next week would be my guess.
Okay.
But that's just a guess. The officers here may know a lot more about that than I do. Caesar, come on up, Caesar. And after Caesar is Carlos.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Tell me your full name when you get there.
Cesar David Castillo.
Mr. Castillo, and again, Carlos, you're on deck, so to speak. Sir, this first one's aggravated driving under the influence, a Class 4 felony, 1 count in drug paraphernalia, 1 count, Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date, because you're on probation for those matters, is the 15th. The probation judge wants a $2,500 bond. The next one, sir, is drug paraphernalia. Again, you're on probation for that charge. Same hearing date, the 15th, same location, downtown Phoenix. My bond is $50. You might want to reach out to probation. They may have some ideas on how to put everything together for you and give you some ideas to get this all behind you.
Yeah, thank you. I had a problem going to court. I wasn't able to make it. That's the only reason why I'm here.
Well, sir, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I appreciate you.
Good luck. Carlos. Come on up, Carlos. After Carlos is Sonia.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name, sir.
Carlos Rubalcaba.
Sir, tell me your date of birth, please.
9384.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is the first matter is a shoplifting out of the Agua Fria Justice Court. I'm not allowed to appoint you an attorney there. That's up to the Agua Fria judge. You're going to meet him or her on the 14th day of May at the Agua Fria Justice Court. I set bond in the amount of $50. The next one, sir, is aggravated assault, a Class 5 felony. Resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, is shoplifting as a misdemeanor. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing on those charges is the 15th day of this month, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $2,500. Good luck, sir.
So, 3,000 in total?
No, 2,550. Good luck.
Thank you.
Miss Sonia, come on up, Miss Sonia. And Miss Lisa's after Miss Sonia. Miss Santor, please tell me your full name.
Sonia Santor, 7/9/1961.
Thank you very much, Miss. I appreciate the additional information.
Oh.
Miss, this is one count of aggravated assault, a class 4 felony, disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor, and disobeying a mandate of a court. That's usually violation of an order of protection or an injunction against harassment. I have appointed you an attorney, Miss. Your next hearing date is the 15th of this month, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $2,500 secured appearance. Get in touch with a bonding company. If you can come up with $250 plus or minus, you can probably get a bonding company and get you out of here in 6 hours. Good luck, Miss.
Thank you.
Miss Lisa Gomez. Miss Lisa, he'll come to you. Don't approach him from behind. That makes him nervous and me nervous. So, thank you, Miss. Miss Lisa.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Lisa. Miss Gomez, tell me your full name, please.
Lisa Gomez.
Miss Gomez, you have 3 different matters before the court. The first one's a probation violation. I've appointed you an attorney. Your probation revocation is going to be on the 15th of this month, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $750. The next 2 are also probation violations. I've appointed you an attorney on those also. Be the same attorney. Each one of those has a $50 bond. Same hearing date, the 15th, same location, downtown Phoenix. Please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some good ideas that might help you. Good luck, Miss.
Thank you.
Mr. Lake, Stephen, come on up, Stephen. And Alex is after Stephen. Good morning, Mr. Lake. Tell me your full name.
Stephen James Lake.
Mr. Lake, you have 2 different matters before the court. The first one here is a probation violation warrant for your arrest. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is going to be on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set by me at $50. The next one, Stephen, is a child support arrest warrant. That is not a criminal matter. That's out of the family court matter, and the family court has jurisdiction over those. I do not. They want $150 cash bond for that child support arrest warrant. The next judge you meet on the 16th will be a family court judge. He or she can change that to whatever they think is appropriate. And then about 30 days later, you'll meet your assigned judge. And I don't have who that is. But again, so you're going to be going to court on the 16th, and then probably 30 days later, again, to another judge. Good luck, sir. Alex. Come on up, Alex, and Patrick's after Alex. Tell me your full name, Alex.
Alex Ramirez.
Sir, this is a dangerous drug case, class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date's the 23rd day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released to pretrial services. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. This officer is going to hand you some paperwork. It's imperative that you read all of it. Those are the rules you have to follow to stay out of trouble. You'll be out in 6 hours. Good luck.
Thank you.
Gary, Patrick. Patrick, Gary. I apologize, Patrick.
Gray.
Mr. Gray, I am sorry. It's been a long day, and I've only been here for 4 hours.
No.
Tell me your full name, Patrick.
I'm Patrick Durrell Gray.
Mr. Gray, this is a dangerous drug case, class 4 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, class 4 felony, possession of a weapon and a drug offense, again, a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is the 23rd day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released to pretrial services. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. The officer's going to hand you a whole bunch of paperwork. You got to read it all, because those are the rules you have to follow to keep yourself out of trouble. Good luck on the 23rd, sir.
All right, thanks.
McKay Jaffe, Mr. Jaffe, come on up, Mr. Jaffe. And after Mr. Jaffe is Alejandro. Alejandro, you're after Mr. Jaffe.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Tell me your full name, sir.
McKay Jaffe.
Mr. Jaffe, this is trafficking in stolen property, a Class 2 felony, theft, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 23rd of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. Good luck on the 23rd.
Thank you.
Alejandro. And then Virginia's after Alejandro. They're making you run this by yourself? I'm sorry. Tell me your full name, sir.
Del Rio Alejandro.
I'm sorry you're having a little problem with your voice.
Yeah.
Sir, this is a simple assault case. It's out of the Tempe Municipal Court for the Guadalupe Court. We're having problems with the Guadalupe Court, apparently, and Tempe was standing in and doing all the work, so I do apologize. This simple assault, I cannot appoint you an attorney. You're going to meet the judge in Guadalupe. Well, the paperwork will have it. I think there'll be a Tempe judge sitting in the Guadalupe Municipal Court is what I believe. So go to Guadalupe on the 28th. You're being released on your own recognizance. Do not make contact with the alleged victim. Good luck. You'll be out in 6 hours. Good luck. Miss Virginia, come on up. Emmanuel is after Miss Virginia. Good morning, miss. Tell me your full name.
Virginia Mamulita Ojeda.
Miss, this is dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony and narcotic drugs as a Class 4 felony. I have appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing is on the 23rd of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. We have a drug deferral program. You might want to consider it. Talk to your attorney and see if that'll work for you.
Sure.
Good luck,
Thank
miss.
you. Thank you.
Emmanuel, come on up. Mr. Newman. After Mr. Newman is Juan Buford. Tell me your full name, sir.
Emmanuel Newman.
Mr. Newman, this is narcotic drugs as a Class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is on the 23rd day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
luck. Good luck, sir. Juan, come on up, Juan.
How you doing today, Judge?
You know, I'm doing well, sir.
That's great. That's great.
Well, and I hope you feel you're doing pretty good in just a couple moments. Tell me your full name, Mr. Buford.
My full name, sir, is Juan Tyrone Buford Jr.
Thank you. When you meet your attorney in a few days, tell him about the junior status.
Yes, sir.
And see what he or she recommends as to whether you want to put it on this or not. Sometimes it saves a problem if there's a senior, but again, that's between you and your attorney. Deal with that next time you come to court. The first matter, sir, is criminal damage as a misdemeanor, disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor, simple assault as a misdemeanor. I cannot appoint you an attorney on that. You're going to meet your judge in Goodyear at the Goodyear Municipal Court on the 28th day of this month. You're being released on your own recognizance. Just stay away from the victims.
Thank you.
Sir, the next two are both probation violation matters. I can and I will appoint you an attorney on each one of those. You're being released on your own recognizance. Your probation violation date is on the 15th on both of those downtown Phoenix. Sir, you're going to get out of here in about 6 hours. When you step outside this building, contact your probation officer. If you follow your probation officer's rules and my rules, you're given the next judge you meet on the 15th 2 good reasons for not putting you in prison on the 15th.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you so much, Judge. I really, really appreciate you.
Good luck. Danny, Ivy, and then Joshua's after Danny.
Morning.
Morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Danny Ivy.
Mr. Ivy, this is a theft of means of transportation case. I've appointed you an attorney, sir, and your next hearing date is on the 15th for oral argument, and there should be 2 more hearing dates, and we'll get those to you in just a moment. Because this allegedly happened while you're on felony release on another matter, I have to hold you non-bondable until you see the next judge, but he or she can change care of take care of and change all of this on the 15th.
All right.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I apologize, I should have moved that one to the top of the calendar, that was my fault. Joshua. Good morning, Joshua. Tell me your full name.
Joshua Michael Villegas.
Sir, this is a warrant for your arrest. It is dangerous drugs and narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies. Drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is the 23rd at downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. Show up on the 23rd and take care of this. We do have a drug deferral program. If you're interested, talk to your attorney.
Okay.
Good luck, sir. Mr. Silva, James. Come on up, James. Tell me your full name, sir.
James Anthony Silva.
Mr. Silva, as you walked up, you're carrying a large laminated piece of paper. Those are what's called your extradition rights. Did you get a chance to read all that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand it all, or you want me to help you with it a little bit?
I understand.
Sir, in simplicity, Pennsylvania sent out a national warrant for your arrest. We found you. You have no charges here, but we're the jurisdiction that has to give you your extradition rights. Extradition rights are twofold. One, you can demand your extradition rights. I have to set bond if you're bondable, and which you are. Pennsylvania is requesting a $5,000 bond. I would honor that. You'd see another judge, he or she, it'd be a she would tell you your rights also, and then if you wanted those rights, both governors have to sign a whole bunch of paperwork so that you can be extradited from here to Pennsylvania, which means Pennsylvania comes and gets you. That could take up to 90 days. If you want to waive your extradition rights, you can be back to Pennsylvania. Well, you have to be back to Pennsylvania in less than 30 days, but we can only hold you 30 days here if you waive rights. If you do waive rights, so you're non-bondable. What do you want to do, a bond of $5,000 or no bond?
Maybe I don't understand. A bond of $5,000 and I can be released?
Absolutely.
Today?
Today.
I would like, that sounds like the smartest decision.
You still have to show up in about a week and talk to the next judge. Her name is Barbara Spencer. I cannot appoint you an attorney on these matters because they are civil in nature. I'm going to put down that you are not giving up your rights. You are bondable, and Pennsylvania wants a $5,000 bond. I'm going to honor their request. And, sir, also do not make contact with the arresting officers. Do not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid license. You must stay in the state, Maricopa County, until this part is resolved in Maricopa County. And again, Pennsylvania just might allow you to transition yourself back to Pennsylvania, but that'll be up to your next judge, Barbara Spencer, talking to Pennsylvania. Okay?
So what do I do next then?
First off, you bond out. Second, read all the paperwork while you're waiting to bond out. You've got to show up and see our bond judge, Barb Spencer, here. Not in the jail, it's downtown Phoenix. It's all in the paperwork. Show up there, you're going to meet a very nice lady, Barb Spencer. I've known her for more years than she'll let me tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Simple? Okay, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
I have paperwork in a second, sir.
Thank you. Dominic. Hold on just a second. I think Dominic, just wait right there. Mr. Silva? Make sure you don't go anywhere. I have to talk to you again. I apologize. Just if the officers try to take you out, tell them I need to talk to you again. Just wait right there. Dominic, tell me your full name.
Dominic Bonaventure Tumor.
Thank you. And Dominic, I owe you, well, not you yet, but I owe Mr. Silva an apology. I had your case and his case a little bit backwards. Dominic, you are also a fugitive of justice. In your case, Nevada sent out a warrant for your arrest. Nevada wants you back. You have no charges here. Did you hear what I was talking about with Mr. Silva?
A little bit.
Okay, what it is you've got two choices. You can waive your extradition rights. Extradition is the right for you to demand that both governors here in Nevada sign paperwork to get you extradited back to Nevada. That can take up to 90 days, and you can be bondable, and you are bondable. Nevada wants a $5,000 bond. Or you can just simply waive extradition. You can sit here until Nevada comes get you, but you can only sit here up to 30 days. If Nevada does not come and get you in 30 days, we kick you loose. That doesn't solve the problem of having that national warrant for your arrest. It's just we won't hold you. What do you want to do? Sit here and have Nevada come get you? It's been my experience that Nevada's very good and very quick about getting people. My guess would be they'd be here next week, but again, they have up to 30 days. What do you want to do? You want to bond and try to take care of Nevada starting off here and be on release condition if you can come up with the $5,000. If not, you'll get non-bondable, and Nevada will come pick you up within 30 days. What do you want to do?
I want to try the bond.
You want to try the bond? All right, you got it, sir. All right, you got a $5,000 bond. The officer will hand you all the paperwork in just a moment. Okay, just go back and have a seat. Mr. Silva, come on back in. Mr. Silva, I really want to apologize to you. I had my paperwork and notes confused. My fault. Everything I told you is still the same. It's the bond is a different amount. Pennsylvania wants a $26,000.40. That's the damages alleged by the breach of contract or false representation. So everything I told you is true, except for it's not a $5,000 bond. It's a $26,000.40. What does that change your mind?
$26,000 bond?
$26,000, yes, and 40 cents.
So it'd be like $2,600?
Well, sir, that's between you and the bonding company. Bonding companies are always a little leery about these, so we always do these in cash, which is $26,000.40.
So if I pay $26,000 in a bond?
You get out, yes. And you still have to meet Barb Spencer. Or do you want to just waive and go back to Pennsylvania? It's your choice.
But a bonding agent won't give $26,000.
That's bonding agents are leery about FOJs, fugitives of justice. In my experience, you're more than welcome to talk to them when you get out of here. Talk to a few, and then if you want to change your mind, Judge Barb Spencer can help you in about a week.
Yeah, I have to do that. Then I don't think I can do $26,000.
Well, you can sit here and talk to Barb Spencer anyway. You don't have to waive. You just would sit here and talk to Barb Spencer, then she can change everything that I just did. Do you want the $26,000 or you want to waive? Your choice. Waive means you agree to waive extradition, and you'd be sitting here for no more than 30 days until Pennsylvania comes to get you. In my experience, Pennsylvania has always been real good about coming to get people.
Or I can do a bond for $26,000.
$26,000 and change.
And I would possibly have to pay all that out of my pocket.
Yes.
But I could waive extradition and then still talk to a bonding agent, and if I find one?
Can't have both. Can't have both sides of the coin. You can, if you waive extradition, you are to be held non-bondable until Pennsylvania comes and gets you, but it must be within 30 days.
And then if I did pay the $26,000 bond, then I still have to.
I let you out of here, but you have to stay in Maricopa County. You still have to talk to Barb Spencer in about a week, and she may have had time to actually talk to the judge who issued this in Pennsylvania, and there may be some other outcome.
Oh, man, that's, I have to make a hard decision, very short notice.
Well, we don't have to do it short notice. I can continue your hearing till the 11 o'clock or the 2 o'clock calendar. I'm not doing the 11, another judge is, but the 2 o'clock calendar I am doing. If you want a few hours to think about it, I'll continue this to the 2 o'clock calendar.
Can I continue to the 2 o'clock?
Upon oral motion of the defendant, this matter is continued to the 2 o'clock calendar. You take care of that, boss?
He times out in 2 hours and 17.
Well, we've already started the hearing. We're having a continuation hearing at 2 o'clock, which means you're waiving time because technically I have to advise you, which I already have right now, but you want time to think about it, I'm granting you that.
I understand.
So I'm not violating the 24-hour rule. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So, okay, everybody happy? I got to make these guys happy because they run the show for me. All right, sir, go back and have a seat. There'll be no paperwork then at this point in time.
Can I say the part of Your Honor?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, officer. And while you're doing that, do you care if I read the FOJs onto the record? Strike that. The house calls onto the record.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just read them. You just take your time. We have multiple house calls. They're house calls for behavioral issues. Mr. Mohammed's the first one. He's got 3 matters. His first matter is narcotic drugs and dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia, class 4s and 1 class 6 felonies. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date's the 15th. Bond is $50. The next one for Mr. Mohammed is a probation violation. Bond is $500. Same attorney is appointed, different date, the 15th, different location, downtown Phoenix. And the last one's also a probation violation. Same attorney, same hearing days, last one 15th, same bond amount as the first one, $50. Order to contact adult probation at his earliest convenience. Mr. Thomas Granello has 1 matter, again, a behavioral issue, can't bring him into court. Narcotic drugs and dangerous drugs, class 4 felonies, criminal damage, a class 6 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. Next hearing date's the 15th. A bond is $500 set by another judge. Davis Zamorano? I hope I didn't butcher the name that too bad, Davis, Mr. Davis. This is a probation violation matter. I've appointed him an attorney. He's being released on his own recognizance. His next hearing date is the 15th. He'll be ordered to contact adult probation upon his release. Next one is Mr. Lopez, number 34. Mr. Lopez has 4 different matters. His first one's narcotic drugs and dangerous narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. Criminal trespassing and misdemeanor. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date, excuse me, I apologize. His next hearing date is the 23rd. He's being released on his own recognizance. The next 3 of Mr. Lopez's are all probation violation matters. Same attorney, different hearing date. It's the 15th, downtown Phoenix. All 3 of them, he's being released on his own recognizance. He'll be ordered to contact adult probation when he walks out the door of this facility at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Let's get, we have Mr. Vargas. Angel, come on up.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Angel. Tell me your full name.
Angel Vargas.
Mr. Vargas, I know it's probably irrelevant to you, but you probably owe the officer a debt of gratitude. These times of cases tend to make people upset. When people get upset in here, we seem to see violence, and we try to avoid that at all costs, especially when you could be the brunt of that. It's imperative you not talk to anybody about these charges other than your attorney, and please don't show anybody the paperwork other than your attorney when you get out of here.
Yes,
sir, tell me your full name, please.
Angel Louis Vargas.
Mr. Vargas, this is sexual abuse, a class 5 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date's on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $50,000. If you are released on bond, electronic monitoring. Sir, I wish you the very best. The next judge can change all of this on the 15th. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Matter is now concluded. Cases are concluded. What did I miss and what did I screw up?
With the bond,
Did I do 29? I did not. Thank you. You caught it. Okay.
All right, let me get somebody to clear Mr. Vargas and then we'll keep this.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Sanderson, Nicholas, number 29, thank you, is, again, another sex type case, public sexual indecency, a class 5 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date's the 15th. A bond is set at $5,000. Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not make contact with the alleged victim. Thank you for catching that. That took, what did we say it would take? 40 minutes? We're not too bad, considering I took a whole lot of
Your Honor, this is Court Interpreter Pedro Davis.
Morning.
Good morning. I see that there are 2 Spanish speakers identified about midway down the list. However, I might point out that the interpreter has a contested order of protection at 10 o'clock in another division here. So just begging you to indulge on impose on your good graces and that of staff.
Absolutely. Jail, if you are able to bring out the Spanish speakers. Oh, the jail's not there. Okay.
I'll stand by, thank you.
I'll ask as soon as they're on if they're able to bring out the Spanish speakers early. Thank you. I think this is the first time I've ever logged on and the jail wasn't there yet.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jail here.
Thank you. Because of the interpreter schedule, I was going to ask if it's possible to bring out numbers 1 113 and 11, the Spanish speakers, a little bit earlier in the calendar than they're currently listed.
Would you like them to go first, Your Honor?
They don't have to go first. I see we've already have someone seated here, but if they could go, you know, maybe before the Tucson City misdemeanors, or, you know, whatever you can do.
We can do that, Your Honor. Right after the JP misdemeanors, we will get those Spanish speakers to you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to let the court be aware that Mr. Shanks will not be attending today due to medical reasons.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Here's Mr. Shank's file. And oh, right, that's true. Okay. I will continue Mr. Shanks to the evening. Yeah, so you need me to sign it, and then you'll just put on there that he'll be seen tonight. All right. Everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please state your name, sir.
Juan Xavier Ballesteros, Jr.
Mr. Ballesteros, you're here this morning on a couple of different matters. There are some city court charges from Tucson City Court that were in warrant status, which include 3 different charges of shoplifting. There's also a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia out of Tucson City Court. And then we have a warrant for a charge of criminal trespass and criminal damage out of Pima County Justice Court. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing Janet Altschuler to represent you.
Okay.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release in just a moment. And on the Pima County Justice Court charges, I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $50 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, the additional orders are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal damage or criminal trespass, do not return to the incident location. Your next court date in that case is going to be May 12th at 1 p.m. So that's on Monday. That will be with Judge Garza. And then on the Tucson City Court charges, I am going to order a bond of $500 total for all of those charges. That will be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, the additional orders are that you abide by previous release conditions, possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and do not have any contact with the victims of the shoplifting charges, do not return to those incident locations. Your next court date will be on May 16th. At 1:45, if you remain in custody, that'll be for a video review. If you are able to post bond and be released, then your Tucson City Court case won't be heard until June 16th at 9:30. Either way, that will be with Judge Maldonado. If you fail to appear for your court dates after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Mr. Benitez?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Jimmy Benitez.
Mr. Benitez, you're here this morning on charges of domestic violence assault. That's a misdemeanor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court date and you could have no contact with the alleged victim, which I believe is your mother, would you be able to abide by that condition of release?
Can I mention something to you?
You may mention something to me, but recall that anything you say can and will be used against you.
I am a cancer patient and my medications are within the household.
You'll be allowed to obtain your belongings.
If permission from them, can I be there?
I'm going to order that you may not return to that residence except for one time with a law enforcement escort. The only person who can change that order is another judge, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. Your next court date is going to be May 19th. That's at 10:30 in the morning with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. The additional conditions of release are that you may not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, you may not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to their residence, aside from one time with a law enforcement escort to obtain your belongings. So you'll take my order to the nearest police station and they will escort you there to obtain your belongings. You understand?
Yes.
If you
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Okay.
Thank you. You're excused.
Mr. Cobb? All the way out there? Outside.
Sit here.
Good morning. Please state your name.
What was that?
Please state your name.
Louis Cobb.
Mr. Cobb, you're here for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. And we're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. Sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes.
All right. So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is going to be on June 17th at 8:30 in the morning at Sarita Municipal Court. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You're excused for today.
Now that was 19th.
Yes.
I'll give you a picture at the end. What? One step all the way up.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Dylan Dubois.
Ms. Dubois, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of assault, which are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, but that you could not have any contact with the alleged victim, Matthew Ward, would you be able to abide by that release condition, and would you appear for your court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. So I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for your next court date. The additional orders are that you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit acts of domestic violence. No contact with the alleged victim. Don't go to his residence or workplace or the incident location. Your next court date is May 19th. That's at 10:30 in the morning at Pima County Justice Court with Judge Foreman. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused.
Oh, hold on. That's more of the voice.
Please state your name.
Tyler Hodges.
Mr. Hodges, we don't actually have your file this morning. You're going to be seen in the evening session at 7 p.m. So
Okay.
you are excused.
I have a couple things that I need to address real quick while I'm here. One, I was given a receipt for my property that has a forged signature and is a falsified document. It's not what I have when I was brought in. As well, I've requested my medication for my HIV several times and been denied several times now. I've requested to speak to a supervisor regarding a deprivation of religious freedoms, and I was laughed at and mocked at. I don't care how absurd the officers here think that my religion is. When I ask for an article of clothing that is in alignment with my religion, I am entitled by the First Amendment of the Constitution to that.
Thank you for letting me know, sir. You will have a chance to speak with an attorney about all of those things, and the judge will see you tonight, okay?
Okay.
You're excused.
Mr. Hustle?
Please state your name.
President Hulse?
Mr. Hulse, you're here this morning on your initial appearance. You were picked up on warrants after failing to appear for charges of criminal trespass, possession of drug paraphernalia, and criminal trespass and shoplifting. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing Janet Altschuler to represent you in these matters. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and I am going to order that you're held on a $100 bond in each of these matters. If you are able to post those bonds and be released, the additional orders are no alcohol or illegal drugs, do not return to the incident location or have any contact with the alleged victims of the shoplifting and criminal trespass charges. You'll be seen on Monday at 1 p.m. by Judge Garza for all of these matters. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Mr. Vasquez? Bless you.
Please state your name.
Michael Vasquez?
Mr. Vasquez, you're here this morning for your initial appearance.
Yes.
There are charges of disorderly conduct, which is a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and let me just get this up. All right. If I were to order that you be released on your promise to appear for court, but you could not have any contact with the alleged victim, would you be able to abide by that condition, and then would you appear for your court date?
Yes.
Thank you. So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. The additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Jamie Lester and the child, and do not return to Miss Lester's residence or workplace. Do not return to the incident location. Were you living there, sir? All right. Your next court date is going to be on Monday. Sorry, that's not correct. On May 19th, which is a Monday actually, at 10:30 in the morning with Judge Foreman. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
No sé qué dijo. The other side speakers.
Yeah.
And is this one of the interpreter matters?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning.
Dígame su nombre, por favor.
Slim Spinochet.
¿Cómo se llama?
Slim Spinochet.
My name is Slim Pinochet. Pinochet.
No, es S P P I y no N O C H E. Spinochet.
Diga su primer nombre de nuevo. Su primer nombre.
Slim.
Slim. S-L-I-M. Slim.
S
El
S
apellido.
L Y M.
Ok. Y el apellido de nuevo.
Spinochet.
Deletréalo.
S P I N O C H E. Spinochet.
My name is Slim Spinochet. S-L-Y-M-S-P-I-N-O-C-H-E.
Thank you, Mr. Spinochet.
Gracias.
I believe you were booked in as John Doe or No Name. Is that correct?
Pienso que cuando lo ficharon no se supo su nombre, lo ficharon como con nombre desconocido. ¿Correcto eso?
Sí, me ficharon así.
Yes, that's how I was processed.
Thank you. You are here
Gracias.
on charges of criminal trespass in the third degree and obstruction, refusal to give your name. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Fue detenido por alteración del orden público, de negarse a cooperar y negarse a identificarse y allanamiento de propiedad ajena de tercer grado. Tiene usted derecho de guardar silencio.
You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf.
Tiene derecho usted a ser representado por un abogado y en ciertas condiciones se le puede asignar un abogado de oficio.
And we're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning.
También vamos a hablar esta mañana de las condiciones de libertad provisional.
So, Mr. Spinochet, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your next court date?
Señor Spinochet, si le permito ser excarcelado con la promesa de presentarse cuando le corresponde, ¿promete presentarse cuando le digan?
Así es.
Correct, I will.
All right, so I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for your future court date.
Sí le voy a permitir que sea excarcelado con su garantía de palabra de presentarse en las audiencias futuras.
The additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Las condiciones adicionales incluyen la de no tener en posesión o consumir droga o ilícita o licor.
Have no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass and do not return to the incident location.
De no tener contacto con la víctima que se alega en la acusación de allanamiento de propiedad ajena y de no regresar al sitio del incidente.
Your next court date will be June 10th at 2 p.m. at Tucson City Court.
La próxima comparecencia en su causa será el 10 de junio a las 2 de la tarde en el juzgado municipal.
If you failed to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. And if you're convicted and fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal.
Si no se presenta cuando se le dice, las audiencias proceden en su ausencia, incluyendo la del juicio, si se le pronuncia culpable, estando ausente sin poder dársele la sentencia de 90 días, bien podrá perder el derecho de apelar el fallo culpable.
Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
¿Entiende las consecuencias de no presentarse cuando debe hacerlo en el juzgado?
Sí, así es.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf, and you are excused for today.
Bien, entonces registraremos su declaración de no culpable ante los cargos bajo su nombre y es todo por hoy. Puede retirarse. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Señor Quevedo. No sé por favor. Hey, what do you need?
Please state your name.
Por favor, declare su nombre.
Joel Quevedo Sánchez.
Joel Quevedo Sánchez.
Mr. Quevedo Santos, you are here in a couple of different matters. This morning, you have charges of possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia, as well as charges of aggravated assault, domestic violence, and kidnapping.
Señor, se encuentra usted por algunos cargos distintos. Primero, tenencia de droga narcótica, tenencia de parafernales de drogas, agresión con agravantes y privación de la libertad privada resultando de violencia doméstica.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene usted derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you in these matters. You do have counsel seated with you for today.
Tiene usted derecho a ser representado por abogado. Voy a asignar la oficina del abogado de oficio del condado para que lo representen y tenemos a su lado un defensor público esta mañana.
We're going to discuss your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $75,000.
Vamos a hablar de las condiciones de libertad y sí tengo la recomendación del fiscal que pide que se le imponga fianza de $75,000.
I have also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest.
También he revisado el informe de la querella inicial que informa sobre las circunstancias rodeantes de su caso.
And I've reviewed information from pretrial services, which tells me a little bit about you, including whether you have any relevant criminal history, information about your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations.
También he revisado el informe de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, que me da información de sus antecedentes, datos personales, circunstancias del caso y los lazos de la comunidad.
Would the state like to be heard further on its recommendation?
Your Honor, the state just highlights the absolute brutality of these allegations and believes that $75,000 is absolutely appropriate to protect the community and the victim.
Señora juez, en vista de las circunstancias brutales del caso, pensamos que la fianza de $75,000 es procedente en vista del daño potencial a la comunidad y a la víctima que se alega.
And defense.
La defensa.
Your Honor, I'm asking the court to consider that Mr. Quevedo Sanchez has no prior felony or misdemeanor domestic violence history.
Señora juez, lo que pido que tome en consideración es que el señor Quevedo Sánchez no tiene antecedentes en lo penal, en delitos graves ni menores relacionados a la violencia doméstica.
So asking the court to consider that he has available housing, not with the victims in the case.
Lo que pido también que considere es que tiene disponible vivienda el señor Quevedo Sánchez distante y alejado de las víctimas en la causa.
And Judge, from reading the interim complaint, I do not see that there were any sort of serious injuries to this incident. And while it certainly looks very disturbing, given that he's 36 with no history and has alternate residents in the community, I'm asking that the court consider release or a low bond.
Y señora juez, en vista de que el señor Quevedo Sánchez no tiene antecedentes en absoluto en esto y que no ha habido lesiones graves resultando del incidente a las víctimas, pedimos que usted considere dejarle salir bajo palabra o si no, que sea una fianza nominal alcanzable. Particularmente porque tiene vivienda disponible distante a las víctimas.
Judge Dale here. I just wanted the court to be aware that Mr. Quevedo does have an ICE detainer.
El personal de la cárcel informa a la juez que también existe una orden de detención vigente en contra del señor Quevedo de parte del Departamento de Inmigración.
And sir, that means that if you were to be released, you would not be released into the community, but into the custody of ICE.
Señor, lo que significa esto es que si yo ordenara que se le escarcelara en este asunto, de hecho no saldría, sino pasaría a manos de Inmigración.
I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $25,000 that will be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services.
Lo que voy a hacer es imponerle fianza de $25,000 de dinero en efectivo garantizado por propiedad. Si logra depositar la fianza sin problemas de inmigración, pasaría usted a la supervisión provisional del Departamento de Servicios previos al juicio.
You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs.
Lo que pasaría es que se sometería usted a monitoreo y tratamiento que le recomiende la Agencia de Servicios Procesales y de no consumir ni tener posesión suya licor ni droga ilícita.
You may not possess any firearms or weapons, and you must surrender any firearms that are in your possession to local law enforcement.
También se le prohíbe tener en su poder o posesión armas de fuego y si las tiene, debe entregarlas a las agencias del orden público en cuanto se pueda hacer.
You may not have any contact with the alleged victims in the case, and you may not go to their residence or workplace.
También se le prohíbe contacto y comunicación con las víctimas del caso y de no regresar de donde vivan ni trabajen las víctimas.
Your next court date is going to be on May 19th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing.
La próxima audiencia en su caso se programa para el día 19 de mayo a la 1:30 para una audiencia preliminar.
And if you fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand?
Y si no se presenta para esa audiencia, señor, se emite orden por detención de nuevo. ¿Entiende?
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Gracias por retirarse por hoy.
You will be the Spanish speaking attorney. I'm sorry if the Spanish interpreter is still here. I just wanted him to know that he will get a Spanish speaking attorney. I don't think he's had any experience in the past, but he will be assigned a Spanish speaking attorney.
Lo que dice la abogada defensora es que se le va a asignar un abogado que hable español. Dice que tal vez no tenga usted experiencia en estos asuntos en lo previo, pero sí recibirá asesoría legal de un abogado o abogada que hable español.
Sí, ¿y qué pasará conmigo? ¿Me voy a quedar o qué es lo que tengo que hacer?
So what will happen with me? I'll remain in custody or what will happen?
You're staying here unless you post that bond, but don't post the bond because there's an ICE hold and an attorney will come and see you within 2 days usually, okay? And you'll be able to ask any questions.
A menos que deposite la fianza, pero no deposite la fianza porque pasará a manos de inmigración y el abogado que se le asigne pasará a la cárcel dentro de días para hablar con usted de su caso.
¿Y cuánto tiempo voy a estar aquí?
So how long might I be here?
Ask your attorney. When they come to see you, you'll discuss all of that, okay?
Cuando vaya su licenciado a hablar con usted, hable usted de eso.
Sí, porque yo, pues, la víctima esa que dice, pues, es mi esposa, ¿no? Y yo ella, pues, yo a ella no la miro, no la molesto, no nada. Solo...
Well, right, because the victim is alleged is my wife, and my wife will have to see her. I don't really bother her.
Sir, you'll have a chance to discuss everything with your attorney, but this hearing for right now is over, okay?
Señor, ya tendrá tiempo debido para hablar con el licenciado o licenciada de estos temas, pero esta audiencia del hoy ya se terminó. No hay más que decir al día de hoy.
Ok, lo último, no le entendí muy bien a la jueza, ¿eran 25 o 5,000, dijo, no?
Okay, but I didn't understand quite clearly when the judge said the bond amount. Was it 25,000 or 5,000? It was 5,000, right?
It was 25,000, sir, and we need to move on to the next hearing.
Es de $25,000. Tenemos que continuar con el resto de la agenda. Es todo por hoy. Pueden retirarse.
Okay.
Okay. And maybe interpret these.
Yes, thank you.
Very much.
Well,
Please state your name.
David. No.
Sorry, I don't see that. Could you repeat that?
Martina, no.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Martin Acevedo. This is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of failure to follow the directive of a police officer. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, sir, would you be able to appear at your next court hearing? Okay, I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. The additional orders are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Your next court date is going to be on June 9th at 9:30 at Tucson City Court before Judge Hale. You are required to appear at that hearing. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearing can go forward in your absence, including trial, and if you fail to appear for sentencing after a conviction for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yeah.
I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today, and you are presumed to be innocent. Thank you.
Mr. Espinosa? All the way out to it.
Please
All the
state
way
your
up.
name.
I'm Dominic Espinosa.
Mr. Espinosa, you're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct. There are 4 of those, 2 charges of criminal trespass and 1 charge of assault. 1 criminal trespass and the assault were in failure to appear status. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. Let's see. Okay. I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500 cash or secured. And if you are able to post that bond and be released, your additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident location, and abide by any previous conditions of release. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. Your next court date is going to be on May 16th at 1:45. If you remain in custody for a video review. If you are able to post your bond and be released, your next court date will be June 9th at 2:30 for a pretrial conference. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will enter a plea of not guilty. You are presumed to be innocent at this time, and you are excused for today.
Mr. Gomez?
Yeah.
All the way out to Espinosa. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, good to go.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Omar Gomes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gomez, you are here this morning on charges of assault, disorderly conduct, unlawful imprisonment. Those are all domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services, as well as the officer's narrative from the complaint. Sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear and you could have no contact with the alleged victims, would you be able to abide by that release condition and appear at your next court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with the alleged victim, and do not go to their residence. The victim did not indicate that she objected to further contact. However, I'm ordering no contact at this time, and it would take another judge's order to change that, okay? Your next court date is going to be June 10th at 1:30. That's before Judge Millian for an arraignment. If you were to fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearing could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for at least 90 days, a warrant could issue for your, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will enter a plea of not guilty for you at this time. You are presumed to be innocent, and you are excused for today.
Thank you.
Knowledge.
I'm looking at the screen. Sorry. Please state your name.
Knowledge. Giannis.
Mr. Ianis, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to talk about your conditions of release today. I believe the alleged victim is present on the line and would like to be heard before I determine your conditions of release. So, ma'am, you may unmute yourself and speak now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be on this call.
Of course. What would you like me to know?
So my son has struggled for several years, even as a teenager, with suicidal threats, which his father and I have tried to help him even when he was a minor. He's a very good kid. We love him. And the only reason his father and I contacted the crisis unit was because of his mental state of continuously threatening to harm himself, and his mental state. And we felt like this is our last option to be able to consult him, and we were advised by the crisis center to follow these steps. And this is why our son is where he is at today. And so we are hoping that he can be evaluated by the crisis center before his release. And I do want my son back home. We want him healthy mentally and to be able to have the proper services he needs.
Thank you. Is he currently enrolled with a behavioral or mental health treatment agency?
No, ma'am. But we have tried to, even his father's present here too, before he was taken off of his father's insurance, we did attempt to do this, on on our own with him, but we have been unsuccessful. And because of these, what we feel were extreme threats to himself and a danger to himself, like I said, his father and I called the crisis center to go this route.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, this is Nolan's father. Do you mind if I speak for a brief minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. As his mom said, we're just extremely concerned. He's like she said, he struggled since his teen years, about the last 10 years, with repeated threats of suicide, but the threats have gone to a different level recently within the past 2 months or so. The majority of the time, Nolan is a loving, caring. He's got a 4-year-old daughter that he clearly loves, takes care of, like you would hope that a father would, aside from his recent employment issues. He lost his job a couple of months ago. But when the trigger, when his switch flips, the level of anger and manic behavior is just to the point, like his mom said, that we had no other option. We've tried, again, for the last 10 years to get him as much professional help as we can. We've tried everything possible. He constantly refuses to receive any type of assistance, counseling, or whatever else we can, try to provide. And again, we've taken this action just because we're concerned that he's going to take his life. The level of threats of suicide, have increased. They become, like I said, more manic, very descriptive in the methods that he's going to use to take his own life. So again, the majority of the reason this action has occurred is, out of love and concern that we're going to lose our son. He needs professional help. We've tried everything within our means to get him that help. We're at the end of our road as far as, trying to figure out how to help our son. So.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here this morning.
Okay.
So, Mr. Llanes, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for future court dates. There are going to be additional conditions of release, though. So the additional conditions are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, that you commit no acts of domestic violence, that you do not possess any firearms or weapons, and that you participate in mental or behavioral health evaluations and treatment. All right? Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your next court date is going to be June 10th. That's at 1:30 p.m. for a pretrial conference. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. However, if you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused for today.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anything more for us?
No, thank you, ma'am. Please state your name.
Joaquin.
Mr. Joaquin, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of criminal trespass that were in failure to appear status, and it looks like there is also a failure to comply with court orders issued in an ongoing case at Tucson City Court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. I'm going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you, and I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $50 cash for secured. If you are able to post bond and be released, the additional orders are that you have no contact of any kind with the victim of the criminal trespass, do not return to the incident location, and your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be May 16th at 1:45 for a video review. If you are released, then the court will hear your case on June 17th at 9 a.m. If you are released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today. Sorry.
Mr. Johnson? Oh, it's Johnson, sorry.
Please state your name.
Julie Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, you're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct, criminal damage, and assault, which are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. Ma'am, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court dates, but you couldn't have any contact with your roommate or return to the residence other than to pick up your belongings, would you be able to abide by that condition and appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Marianne, and you may not return to that residence except you may return one time with a law enforcement escort to obtain your necessary belongings. Your next court date will be June 9th at 2 p.m. For a pretrial conference with Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence, and that includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you need to collect your belongings, you'll just take my order to the closest police station to the residence, and they'll escort you there to obtain your belongings. I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today. You are presumed to be innocent. And that's all for today.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez?
Please state your name.
Anthony Lopez.
Ms. Lopez, this is the time for your initial appearance. It looks like there were warrants on Tucson City Court cases for failure to appear on multiple charges of criminal trespass and a charge of reckless burning. And then there are charges of criminal trespass and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, ma'am, and I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500 cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, the additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass, and don't return to that incident location. You'll also be required to abide by any previous conditions of release that were ordered in these matters. If you remain in custody, your next court date is going to be on May 16th for a video review. That'll be at 1:45 with Judge Maldonado. And if you are released, then that court date won't happen. Instead, you'll be heard on June 16th at 9 a.m. at Tucson City Court. If you are released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand? All right.
Yes.
On the new charges, I will enter a plea of not guilty for you at this time. And you're excused for today.
Does that mean me help? Mr. Lopez?
Please state your name.
Michael Lopez Rosas?
Mr. Lopez Rosas, this is the time for your initial appearance. You were brought in on a warrant for failing to appear in charges of assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct, which are all domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. At this point in time, I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you if they were not already appointed. We are going to talk about your conditions of release, and as this has been going on since 2019, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $150, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, the additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. If you remain in custody, your next court date is going to be May 16th at 1:45 for a video review. And if you are released, your next court date will be June 20th at 9:30 for a pretrial conference. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused.
Sheriff.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Parrish.
Mr. Parrish, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of disorderly conduct, which is a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear at your next court date?
I would.
All right. So I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and commit no acts of domestic violence. Your next court date will be on June 10th at 1:30. That's for domestic violence arraignment with Judge Million. If you were to fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. You understand?
Man, was that city or justice?
City.
Good. All right.
And I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today. You are presumed to be innocent.
Thank you.
You're excused for today.
Hold on. No, you're good. Got one person in front of you, then.
Please state your name.
My name's Alfredo.
Ms. Salcido, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of criminal damage and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, and if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, but you could have no contact with John Aranda, would you be able to abide by that condition of release? And then would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with John Aranda, do not go to his workplace, his residence, the incident location. Your next court date will be June 10th at 1:30. That is for a domestic violence arraignment with Judge Million at Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence, and that includes trial. And if you were convicted and then failed to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Waddle.
Please state your name.
Skip Waddell.
Mr. Waddell, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of assault, which are domestic violence charges. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. In some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, I would.
And if I were to order that you were not allowed to have any contact with Guadalupe Waddell, would you abide by that condition?
That would be very difficult. We're here from San Diego and in one car. Also, she is in possession of my meds. And then when we do get to San Diego, we could work out a splitting arrangement.
All right, sir, I'm ordering that you can't have any contact with her. I'm willing to allow you to have contact with her one time to obtain your medication, with the assistance of law enforcement. So you could arrange to meet up with her at a police station, for example. But I'm not going to say that it's okay for you all to ride back to San Diego in a car together. So if that's my order, will you abide by it?
Yes, can I make arrangements so she can fly back?
Is there a reason that you would need to make her travel arrangements instead of her making them herself?
I would need to get her to the airport and things like that.
Okay.
Probably pay for her tickets.
All right, sir. So my order is going to be that you're released on your promise to appear for court. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. In general, you may not have contact with Miss Waddell. You can call her on the phone or text her one time to arrange travel and medicine. So to arrange for how each of you are going to travel back to San Diego and how you are going to obtain your medicine before then. And you may have in-person contact with her in the presence of law enforcement, so at a police station or something like that, one time to pick up your medication. Your next court date is going to be on June 10th at 1:30 for domestic violence arraignment. That's at Tucson City Court before Judge Millian. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearing could go forward in your absence, including trial. And if you were to be convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Am I understanding that your home is in California?
Yeah.
So I'm also going to put into the order that you may reside in California. Unless Judge Millian gives you permission to appear telephonically or over video, she will expect you at court in person. So you would need to arrange to have prior permission from the judge to appear virtually. Do you understand?
Yeah, I can make it back here.
All right. So I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf at this time. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's everything for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd? Oh, that's see down there, too. Down there, sir, not see. Here. Go ahead, what's in yes.
Please state your name.
Ryan Gage Dodd.
Mr. Dodd, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on felony charges of disorderly conduct with a weapon and tampering with physical evidence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in this matter, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You do have counsel with you for today's hearing as well. At today's hearing, we are going to discuss your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $2,500 and if released to pretrial services. I've also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which would let me know whether or not you have any relevant criminal history and whether you were able to provide information regarding your ties to the community and any references. It also contains their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further on its recommendation?
No, Judge.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, given the lack of criminal history and full-time student and also having employment, I'm requesting that the court consider releasing him to pretrial services or a very low bond.
I'm in the military. I'm a recruiter for Tucson.
Okay, you're currently in the military? And Your Honor, he just did inform me that he's currently in the military and he's a recruiter for Tucson.
Right.
Mr. Poston, I'm inclined to go with your recommendations, so I don't think you need to be heard any further, but let me know if you do.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, I am going to order a bond of $2,500. That's cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, you'd be released to pretrial services. You'd be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. I'm ordering that you can't possess firearms or weapons, and if you do own any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. Your next court date is going to be on May 19th. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change, so stay in touch with your attorney. If you do fail to appear for any court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest, and I'll give you just a moment to ask counsel your question.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm supposed to go to the Army Footing College in Knox, Kentucky on Sunday. It's 7 weeks, 7 weeks and 3 weeks.
Your Honor, it sounds like he's supposed to, for his job, travel out of state. Would the court consider allowing him to do that for work purposes?
Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
Keeping in mind the defendant's rights, the state would inquire whether or not he has informed his chain of command on this situation.
I tried to inform my chain of command, but they kept telling me that they had to think that they were going to do it and whatever it is. I tried. My risky still tripping. My station commanders even reached out to my wife and talked to her.
It sounds like his immediate commander is aware of what's going on, Judge.
Thank you. And does that make the state want to say something further?
Your Honor, given the fact that sounds like the defendant is, I heard Knox, so I'm going to assume Army. Your Honor, here's the thing. The state, if the defendant has had a crisis, mental health crisis, then the state's not insensitive to the pressures of military life. However, until we have something more solid as far as the military being aware of this, the state would stick with the 2,500. However, the state is open to revisiting this once the Defense Department has a chance to weigh in.
Judge, the request was to travel out of state for work.
The state would not oppose.
Okay, thank you.
There's no way.
No, right now. Later, it's much more places right now. If we're able to post this, post it.
Okay.
It's 250.
Only 250?
Well, if you go through a bonds agency, yes. Plus security for the rest. You want to talk church, you will get an attorney visit within 2 days.
Okay.
You have to post
Okay, so it's 250 plus with the bonds agent. So like common or something along those lines. Now if I do a secured bond with a park, I'm not turning party, so if we try it to work, so
usually not. You have to talk with the bonds agency, it's a contract, okay?
And so was there an issue with the court date related to your travel, sir?
yes, I'm supposed to leave for 7 weeks and some change.
Judge, he's supposed to leave for 7 weeks on Sunday.
And I think go ahead, counsel.
I believe that given that he's an initial appearance in person, if the next court hearing that he has to be is an arraignment, his presence could be waived if he's in contact with his attorney, Judge. So I don't think it's going to be an issue as long as he keeps in contact with his attorney. The case could go forward as the usual time frame if the court were to allow him to be out of state.
Okay, so I am going to order that you may travel out of state for your position, and it is with the Army?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you must make arrangements regarding your court hearing. So stay in close touch with your attorney. There's a good chance that hearing that I'm setting on May 19th will not actually go forward. But if it does, your attorney would need to get permission for you to not be there in person. Okay, so make sure you are in very good touch with your attorney, because if you fail to appear and the court does not excuse it, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Okay. Let's see. Barn, I did. Once I show up for court and stuff like that.
When you conclude the case, you get the money back.
Okay.
Yeah. If you miss court, you lose that. So make sure that you come to court. Make sure you keep in touch with your attorney, and also you have to keep in touch with pretrial services right here. Once you're warned out, you have to keep in touch with pretrial in your
Okay, so
take care of yourself.
So I just go to the phone, call Bell's Box, and then have oh
yeah.
Good.
And then phone.
Okay.
Take care. Ryan, gives me some paperwork.
Be in contact.
Judge, did the court prohibit contact with the alleged victim in the case for Mr. Dodd?
Let me look. No. I did
Thank
not.
you.
Please state your name.
Christopher Joe Lyons.
Mr. Lyons, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on a couple of different matters. There are new felony charges of aggravated domestic violence, and you also have charges out of Tucson City Court of assault. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the new felony case, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf in the misdemeanor case. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They're recommending that you be held on a bond of $25,000 on the new felony case, and if you are able to post bond and be released, that you be released to pretrial services. I've also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know a little bit about you, which includes their assessments and their recommendations. It includes any information you were able to provide about references and ties to the community, and it lets me know whether you have any relevant criminal history. Would the state like to be heard further about its recommendation?
Your Honor, the state just highlights the brutality of this alleged assault and submits on the record.
Thank you. Defend.
Your Honor, I'm just asking the court to consider that Mr. Lyons does have employment and appears that he also has residence available in the community. Thank you.
Thank
Can I
you.
say something? Can I say something? Okay, so
Do you want just a moment to speak with him?
yeah, please, Judge. So I'm very confused, right? Okay, everybody. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm actually going through city court with Judge Ryan Blue.
Counselor, you're not muted.
And
I have no idea how to mute on the system, actually. Please, thank you. We're good to go, Judge.
Thank you. All right. 1 second. So I am going to order the bond of $25,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the custody of pretrial services. No alcohol or drugs, no acts of domestic violence. You are ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No firearms or weapons. Surrender any firearms that are in your possession. No contact with Rosa Duran, and you may not go to her residence or workplace. Those are the orders for the felony charge. If your next court date for that case will be May 19th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then turning to the City of Tucson charge, I am consolidating the City of Tucson case with your previous existing City of Tucson cases for hearings. I'm vacating the hearing that was scheduled for May 20th at 2:30. I am ordering that you're held in this case on a bond of $250 cash or secured. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the victim of the assault in the Tucson City Court case. Don't go to her, their residence or workplace. And your next court date will be on May 19th at 1:45. If you remain in custody, that's for a video review. And
Who's her? Who's her? I don't understand who her is. She said her. The victim. Who's the victim?
I said there. It's actually a he. It's Joaquin Jaramillos.
I have no idea who that is, but.
Oh, in the misdemeanor case?
Your, if you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. And actually, is there, let me see.
Can I go on the record and say I do not wish to waive any time?
Just a second, sir. Can I?
There's no time wait right now.
Okay, but I just want to, I know this
Yeah,
is like a
okay.
process.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Okay, all right. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available. If it is, if you are released, it'll be your. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing, for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. And just in case it helps you, it is alleged that you were at Joaquin Jaramillo's house to retrieve a common friend, if that helps you understand who he is. I will enter a plea of not guilty for you on the new Tucson City Court charge. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Silence. Silence.
Please state your name.
James Snyder.
Mr. Snyder, you're here this morning on new felony charges of failure to register, failure to obtain a valid identification card. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing. We are going to talk about your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services, which describes whether or not you have any criminal history. It also tells me a little bit about you, including whether you were able to describe your ties to the community or provide any references, and their assessments and recommendations. It appears that you also have a probation hold, so regardless of what I ordered today, you would not be released until that hold was resolved. Would the state like to be heard further on its recommendation?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, and defense.
Judge, given the hold, we're asking for a low bond.
Great, so I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $2,500, cash or secured. If you are able to post bond and your other issue has been resolved, then you would be released to the custody of pretrial services. You would be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And you would be required to report to the Pima County Sheriff's Department Identification Unit at 1650 East Vincent Highway within 2 working days following your release from custody. Your next court date is going to be on May 19th. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change, so stay in touch with your attorney. If you do fail to appear for any court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Oh, your paperwork.
All right, felony, all felony.
Please state your name.
Richard Ardete.
Mr. Alderete, this is the time for your initial appearance. You have charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, and facilitation. You also have a city court charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you in the new felony charges. In certain circumstances, you may have the right to an attorney in the city court case. We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which tells me a little bit about you, whether you have any criminal history or not, and whether you were able to provide information about your ties to the community, any references, and their assessments and recommendations. I also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest, as well as the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $2,500, and if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
Judge, I'm requesting release to pretrial services. This is being charged as a sales case, but it involves 16 pills and $50, and he basically facilitated a deal for an undercover officer. It looks like in exchange for getting 2 of the pills for himself. There's clearly a substance use issue here, and I'm requesting that the court consider pretrial services enhanced supervision so that he could be connected with services, but he has no priors. I don't really see a good reason to hold him.
Sir, if I were to order that you were released to pretrial services, would you be able to check in with pretrial services as directed?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to get to your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how you would get to your court dates?
Yes, I do.
How's that?
My dad.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give you a chance on pretrial services, sir. So I am going to order that you are released to pretrial services. The additional orders are that you obey any monitoring or treatment that they direct, no alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is for a preliminary hearing. So it's possible that court date will change, but if it goes forward and you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on your Tucson City Court charge of drug paraphernalia, I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances. And your next court date will be June 20th at 9 a.m. at Tucson City Court with Judge Cranshaw.
Okay.
If you fail to appear for that case, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearing can also go forward without you. That includes trial. And if you're convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will enter a plea of not guilty for you in that case, and you are presumed to be innocent. That's all for today.
You have to keep them to the pretrial. This is the number. This is your term. So do not miss court, okay? Otherwise, you get arrested and stay home.
Okay.
Sorry, you're gonna be on. Sorry. Almost made your fall.
Oh, yes. Please state your name.
Joshua Baker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Baker. You are here this morning on new felony charges of theft of a means of transportation, as well as it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, somewhere around 25 charges out of Tucson City Court, which involve criminal trespass, possession of drug paraphernalia, shoplifting, unlawful possession of a prescription drug.
Yeah.
Several iterations of those charges. Most of those were in warrant status. There are 2 of them that are new charges. That would include possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass. And I will enter pleas of not guilty for you on those charges. You are presumed to be innocent. And then it looks like we also have shoplifting out of Pima County Justice Court. 2 of those. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I will appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you in the new felony charge, and I will appoint Janet Altschuler to represent you in the Pima County Justice Court and Tucson City Court matters. right, so then we're going to talk about your conditions of release. So I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $5,000 and the new felony charge. I've also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. That would let me know whether you have any other criminal history. It would let me know if you were able to provide information about your ties to the community, and it also gives me their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further about its recommendation?
State submits, Your Honor.
Thank you, and defense.
Your Honor, I'm just asking the court to consider that Mr. Baker's a lifelong resident of Tucson. He's been homeless and unemployed, and in addition, it looks like there's serious injury to his leg going on right now, but he won't be able to post any significant bond at all. So I'm asking the court consider that.
Thank you.
So, you know, it's
All right. On the new felony charge, I'm going to order a bond of $2,500 cash for secured pretrial services. If that is posted, you'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. I'll set your case for a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing, and if you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. It's possible that hearing will not go forward. However, if you fail to appear for any court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. On the shoplifting charge out of Pima County Justice Court, I'm just going to order $25. Bond on that one, no contact, do not return to the incident location, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and your next court date for that case is going to be on Monday at 1 p.m. with Judge Garza. And I will do the same thing for the other Pima County Justice Court shoplifting charge.
You can't be.
And for the Tucson City Court charges, I am going to order a total bond of $500 secured. Possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass or the shoplifting, do not return to the incident location for any of those charges. And your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be on the 16th of May. That'll be at 1:45 for a video review. And if you are able to post bond and be released, then you won't be seen until June 11th for a pretrial conference. In those cases,
Okay.
if you fail to appear for your Tucson City Court charges after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Mr. Martin? Fix all the way to the box.
I'm gonna have to start getting here at 6. Please state your name.
Corey Barton.
Mr. Barton, you're here this morning for your initial appearance on a warrant out of Alabama. Let's see.
I took care of that in 2009.
Well, they don't seem to think so.
You guys extradited me there, and I paid for the ignitions, and then I got out.
And then, let's see. It looks like there are also new charges of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and possession of drug paraphernalia. So on all of these matters, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Where do you see that? Yeah.
In pretrial services and also in the file.
Hold on a second.
Okay, thank you.
When do you think you took care of it?
I was extradited from here in 2001 to Alabama.
This is from 2015. The warrant issued in 2015.
No, it's from 2003.
It may be the same case, but the warrant issued.
I went there. I paid $700, and they let me go for the restitution.
I can't tell you anything other than it was signed
2015 for what? You guys can't call them?
That happens later. Right now, she's considering this as a valid document. Look, it's you'll have a review queuing.
Today?
No, not today.
I'm not getting it. I took care of it. I still have to, yeah. It's the end of that.
This is what it shows. They sent it as a valid document.
I know that. I haven't been to Alabama since 2009. Got out. I think the ignition bills.
You're supposed to. You're for the hearing.
Yeah. For 2015.
No, so Dave.
I haven't been to Alabama since that you actually got extradited there in 2009.
This is what it shows.
So my girlfriend was calling
the
courts.
You will have a review hearing. And it's true.
She's not found today. Job. I got jobs.
Sure. So for the Alabama warrant, it looks like the court called your case on the 11th day of August 2015. You failed to appear, and the court ordered that a warrant issue for your arrest. So in that case, I am going to order a bond of $5,000. And then I'm going to set a fugitive warrant hearing for you on May 14th. So that's next week, I think on Wednesday at 2:30. And that's where evidence can be presented about whether you should be extradited to Alabama on that warrant. And then on the new charges, there was a mistake made in how they were entered in the system. So I am not able to do your release conditions right now, but you'll be seen by the judge at 7 p.m. tonight on those. If you are released and fail to appear for a future hearing, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand, sir?
Yes. Even if you can't lower the. How much would I need for that?
No,
I work for myself.
Judge, he is requesting the possibility of a lower bond. He's currently working, and he does seem to believe that possibly this was a mistake. It's a very old case that he believes he has taken care of.
So you can, and
Oh, yeah. Oh,
if you work for the bonds agency,
okay. That's all I need to get up.
you have to come to this treatment.
Yeah.
And also, if the mistake please, you're going to be seen on tonight.
Oh, I think they need the other half.
Yeah, don't worry.
Right. Thank you. You're excused for today.
Was both left?
I'm on here. Oh, but did I have? I think I did. Yeah, I gave him one for all of them. Sorry, I forgot that I was supposed to do it by order. Good morning. Please state your name.
Winnie Bothell.
Ms. Bothell, you are here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. It looks like a warrant was issued for your arrest based on failure to appear at a court date. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it looks like I'm appointing Bobby Berry to represent you in this matter. We're going to discuss your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $7,500, and if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. Then I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, and let's see, it looks like you're also being held without bond in another matter out of Superior Court. So regardless of what I ordered in this case, you would not be released. And would the state like to be heard further on its recommendation?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, given that it's a, excuse me, a simple drug possession case, I'm asking the court to consider a much lower bond. I do believe she's likely to have an initial appearance on the bench warrant soon in the 2024 CR, and is likely to get some sort of bond for that case.
Thank you. Great. I am going to order a bond of $2,500 cash for secured. Pretrial services, if that bond is posted, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And your next court date is going to be on May 19th. That is at, no, sorry, May 16th. That is at 1:30 for a criminal arraignment. If you fail to appear for court after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Ms. Christensen?
Please state your name.
Trista Christensen.
Ms. Christensen, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of criminal damage to property. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the public defender to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $10,000, and if you are able to post your bond, that you be released to pretrial services. And I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services that tells me a little bit about you, including whether you were able to provide information and references regarding your ties to the community, whether you have any relevant criminal history, and their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further about its request?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, I'm requesting release to pretrial services. It looks like Ms. Christensen recently completed a term of probation for a misdemeanor case, but she has no felony history. And both of these show that she would be a good candidate for release. She does have housing in the community and a long time residence in the community. That's been confirmed. Given all this, I'm asking the court release her, perhaps with a requirement for substance use evaluation.
Thank you. I am going to order a bond of $2,500. That'll be cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond and be released, you will be released to the custody of pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, and you will be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be scheduled for May 19th. That's at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that hearing will not go forward, so stay in touch with your attorney. And if you do fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
You just hanging out, or do you need something?
No.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out a settlement, so I'll have to do something, and I need someplace to sit.
Sounds good.
Hope you don't.
Not at all. Please state your name.
Morning, Your Honor. Alexandro Gil.
Mr. Gill, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of aggravated DUI on a revoked or suspended license. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of today's hearing, and we are going to discuss your conditions of release. To prepare for that, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $20,000, and if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which includes information about whether you have any relevant criminal history you may have been able to provide regarding your ties to the community, and references. They also do assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. The state briefly considered asking him to be held no bond on the basis of dangerousness. However, what I see here, this is his 8th DUI. That's 8. He has multiple convictions for assault, so he's got a prior history of violence. He's looking at mandatory prison, and at this point, this person is a menace. There is nothing the state can see other than holding him on a bond that will keep him from driving drunk. It's only going to be a matter of time before he kills somebody at this rate. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense.
Sorry. Judge, I am not sure how to object to the person being a menace. I'll just leave this as it is, but I certainly do not consider this to be an appropriate statement from counsel. With respect to my recommendation, I do see a lot of DUIs. Judge, the last felony was 2005, so 20 years ago. I do see a more recent misdemeanor DUI. And so my request is for a much lower bond, given all of that.
Thank you. I am going to order, sir, that you're held on a bond of $10,000. That will be cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You will be ordered to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You will not be allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not drive at all, and you may not possess firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be on May 19th at 1:30. That is for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that that court date will not go forward, so stay in touch with your attorney. If you do fail to appear for any court dates after being released, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Concepcion Gutierrez.
Ms. Gutierrez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug and misconduct involving a weapon. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. We are going to talk about your conditions of release, and to prepare for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are requesting that I hold you on a bond of $3,000. And I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any relevant criminal history. It lets me know whether you are able to provide information or references regarding your ties to the community and their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its request?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, I'm requesting release to pretrial services. Ms. Gutierrez has no prior felony history. In addition, I do believe most of these cases, the weapons offense falls prior to charging, and so I'm also requesting that the court schedule this for steps hearing.
What's the state's position on scheduling the case for a steps hearing?
Let me look back at the IC, Your Honor. One moment, please. One moment. Your Honor, the state does not believe it is appropriate given the state disagrees with the defense's timeline and would submit that steps is not appropriate here.
All right, thank you. All right. Based on all of the information before me, ma'am, I am going to give you an opportunity on pretrial services. You will be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. You are required to surrender any firearms you do possess to local law enforcement. Your next court date is going to be on May 29th at 1:30. That's for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change. It's important to stay in touch with your attorney because if you do fail to appear for a court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Your Honor, I apologize. Which agency was appointed to represent her?
Hold on. I also didn't notice that there was a city court file in here. It was very slim and unobtrusive. It was the public defender's office that was appointed. And then, ma'am, you also have a city court case involving charges of threats or intimidation and criminal trespass in the first degree. And on those charges, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for your next court date. Your next court date is going to be on June 16th. That is at 2 o'clock at Tucson City Court with Judge Verena for a pretrial conference. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, that you do not have any contact with the victim of the criminal trespass or threats and intimidation, abide by previously ordered conditions of release. And if you fail to appear for court on those charges, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today. really did not see it in there.
Sport, okay? And all your children to this, you might be able to get into a diversion, and we have to check on. Okay, and folks will keep in touch with us, and you have to go there, but that's for the misdemeanor. This for the felonies. Okay, take care.
Mr. Jones?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Deontay Jones, ma'am.
Thank you. You are here for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters, sir. You have a warrant for aggravated harassment, a couple of charges of aggravated harassment that were in warrant status. Warrant was issued for your arrest. Those are felony charges. You also have misdemeanor charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence charges, and those were in warrant status as well. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you on the new felony charges, and the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in city court.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They're requesting that I hold you on a bond of $5,000. And I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know whether or not you have any relevant criminal history. It also lets me know whether you were able to provide information about your ties to the community and references.
Okay.
They also do assessments and make recommendations, and the city court judge handling your city court cases has also requested that I hold you on a bond of $1,000 on the warrants out of Tucson City Court. Would the state like to be heard any further on its recommendation on the felony charges?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, given that he has no felony priors and 3 years in the community, reported full-time employment and part-time student status, I'm requesting that the court consider lease to pretrial services.
Thank you.
That's not for state section. So he's just deciding conditions of release right now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Just here, that's the first thing I'm not. You have to show the court.
Oh yeah, because I had a note to be signed for a car that was an accident, and if I was a notary for
That's fine.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, about that.
You can figure out everything.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, so on the felony charges, I am going to order a bond of $500 cash or secured, pretrial services if that bond is posted, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to her residence or workplace.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date for that case is going to be on May 19th. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will not go forward, so it's important to stay in touch with your attorney because if you do miss court, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the city court cases,
So like I just like pretty much just just I was mother, she left me issues, so I pretty much I didn't know what I was gonna do. This is my first thing, so I had to practice. It's fun. Yeah, like it's gonna be hard for me not to, but not to this. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
So on the city court charges, I am going to order the bond of $1,000 cash or secured, no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, don't go to their residence or workplace. I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
And if there were any other conditions of release previously ordered, abide by those. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You are excused for today.
Judge, is there a next court hearing for the misdemeanor?
Yes, did I? It's May 21st at 1:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't live in Tucson, and they live at all my tenants. So that's not really just interesting. So, I don't know how to ask them.
You do it soon. This is the date of the 21st.
21st to come here.
All right. Thank you, officer. Do we have an interpreter with us?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Trooper. Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat.
Gracias a todos y por favor tomen asiento.
Mr. Interpreter, would you please invite Fidel Lopez Lerma to the podium?
El señor Fidel López Lerma puede pasar al podio, por favor.
Good morning, sir. If you are partially bilingual, please wait for the interpretation before you answer.
Buenos días, señor. Y si usted es parcialmente bilingüe, por favor espere a que el intérprete interprete antes de que conteste.
Please tell me your name, sir.
¿Quién me puede dar su nombre completo?
Fidel López Lerma.
Fidel López Lerma.
Sí.
Sir, you're being charged with one count of trespassing as a Class 6 felony.
Señor, usted está siendo acusado de allanamiento como un delito clase 6.
I have appointed you an attorney.
¿Le he asignado un abogado?
No.
Your next hearing is on the 23rd of May, downtown Phoenix.
Tu próxima audiencia va a ser el 23 de mayo, en las instalaciones del Tribunal Superior en el centro de Phoenix.
Sí.
You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in 6 hours. Good luck, sir.
Se le va a dejar en libertad bajo palabra juramentada. Va a ser puesto en libertad en las próximas 6 horas. Le deseo buena suerte, señor.
Igualmente.
Same to you.
Mr. Interpreter, please invite Jesus Hernandez to the podium, please.
El señor Jesús Hernández al podium, por favor.
Sir, please tell me your full name.
Señor, ¿nos puede decir su nombre completo?
Jesús Carlos Hernández.
Jesús Carlos Hernández.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence, which is a felony.
Señor, usted está siendo acusado de manejar bajo la influencia de alcohol o drogas con agravante, como un delito clase 4, como un delito.
You're also being charged with a 2nd count of aggravated driving under the influence, 3rd in time, also a felony.
También se le está acusando de manejar bajo la influencia de alcohol o drogas con agravante en una 3ª ocasión, también como delito.
Also, there's a failure to appear charge.
Y también tiene una acusación de incomparecencia.
I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the Nogales judge.
Yo no le puedo asignar un abogado. Eso va a depender del juez en Nogales.
You will meet the Nogales judge on the 14th day of May.
Usted se va a reunir con el juez de Nogales el día 14 de mayo.
That judge wants a $2,499 bond. Good luck, sir.
Ese juez estableció una fianza de $2,499 en su caso. Buena suerte, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Interpreter, that's all I have. But in case I missed one, can you give me a courtesy announcement, please?
No problem, Your Honor. ¿Habrá alguna otra persona que requiera los servicios de intérprete en español?
I see no one acknowledging or raising any hands. The court wants to thank the interpreter and excuse the interpreter.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you just saw, I will call you up to the podium one at a time. When you get to the podium, I need your name. I'll tell you the charges you're here on. I'll appoint most of you an attorney. I'll set your next hearing date, give you a location. I'll set your general release conditions. All of you will have general release conditions. They are as follows. Do not make contact with the arresting officers. Do not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid license. Keep us informed as to where you are living. If you're on probation, you'll be ordered to contact your probation officer. If the petition you're being seen on here today gives me the impression that there is a victim, I will order you to stay away from that victim and not return to the scene of the alleged crime. At the end of your hearing, all of this will be given to you in writing. When you have a chance, please read it over. Thank you, everyone. Francisco, come on up, Francisco. And then Joshua's after Francisco. Joshua, sit in the chair right next to the door, please. Mr. Correa, please tell me your full name.
Francisco Javier Barreto Correa.
Sir, you have 4 different matters before the court. The first one is dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney on all 4 matters. This matter you're on probation for. You're going to have a probation revocation hearing downtown Phoenix on the 15th. I set bond in the amount of $50. The next matter, sir, is a narcotic drug case, class 4 felony. Same attorney, same location, same probation violation, different case on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Again, bond is $50. The next one, sir, is dangerous drugs and narcotic drugs. Those are both class 4 felonies. Obstruction of justice, a class 2 misdemeanor. Again, I've appointed you an attorney. Same hearing date on the 15th, different location though, downtown Phoenix. Same bond amount, but different bond, $50. The last one, sir, is a dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. Same attorney, sir, same hearing date on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Because this allegedly happened while you were on felony release on one of those other matters, you have to be held non-bondable on this case until the 15th. Good luck, sir. Mr. White, Joshua, and Jason Clounce is after Joshua. Good morning, Mr. White. Tell me your full name.
Joshua White.
Mr. White, this is a probation violation and warrant for your arrest out of Pinell County. I cannot appoint you an attorney in Pinell County. You'll meet the Pinell County judge who can on the 14th day of May in Pinell County. The Pinell County judge wants you held non-bondable until you see him or her. Good luck on the 14th, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jason Clounce, come on up, Jason. And then Mr. McDonald is after this gentleman. Tell me your full name, sir.
Jason Reed Clounce.
Sir, I mispronounced your last name. I apologize.
It's okay.
This is a witness tampering case, a class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 15th of this month, downtown Phoenix. Because this allegedly happened while you were on felony release on another matter, you have to be held non-bondable pursuant to law until the 15th. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Next judge can change all that. Mr. McDonald, come on up, Mr. McDonald. And Daisy Romero Robles is after Mr. McDonald. Good morning, sir. Tell me your name, please.
Mario Martinez McDonald.
Mr. McDonald, you have two different matters before the court. The first one is an armed robbery with a deadly weapon, a class 2 felony, kidnapping as a class 2 felony, and also aggravated robbery as a class 3 felony, aggravated assault, as a class 3 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is on the 15th day of May. I have set bond in the amount of $100,000. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Well, so Mr. McDonald, I apologize. Why don't you step back over? There's also a probation violation because of that alleged incident. Same attorney, same hearing date, the 15th, different bond amount, $50. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
I apologize for missing that.
All right. So you said 1,000 and then the other one 50, right?
100,000 and 50.
All right.
Good luck, sir. Daisy, come on up. Miss Romero Robles, tell me your full name.
Daisy de Los Ángeles Romero Robles.
Miss, this is a kidnapping case as a class 2 felony, armed robbery as a class 2 felony, aggravated assault as a class 3 felony, aggravated robbery as a class 3 felony. I have appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing date is the 15th of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond is $100,000. Good luck, miss. Miss Glover? Miss Grover, come on up. And Miss McKnight is after this lady. The podium. Microphone's on the other side. The recorder's on the other side. That's okay, miss. Tell me your full name, please.
Shalonda Grover.
Miss, this is an armed robbery case as a class 2 felony, kidnapping as a class 2 felony, aggravated robbery as a class 3 felony, aggravated assault as a class 3 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date is May 15th. Bond is set at $100,000. Good luck, miss. Cheryl, Miss McKnight, come on up. And then Mr. Murphy's after this lady. Tell me your name, please, miss.
Cheryl McKnight.
Miss McKnight, this is an armed robbery case as a class 2 felony, kidnapping as a class 2 felony, Aggravated robbery is a Class 3 felony. Aggravated assault as a Class 3 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing date, downtown Phoenix, is on the 15th. I've set bond in the amount of $100,000. Good luck, miss.
What's the percentage of the $100,000 bond?
It's a cash bond, $100,000.
That's it? No,
That's it, miss.
no percentage of it to bond out?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Andre, come on up, sir. After this gentleman is Mr. Volk. Tell me your full name, Mr. Murphy.
Andre Lamar Murphy Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murphy, talk to your attorney about the junior part. It's kind of, we can add it if you want. We don't have to add it, but if you want to talk to your attorney about it, that's fine too.
Okay.
Sir, you have two different matters. The first one is possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. Dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony. Theft as a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing, excuse me, is May 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $25,000. The next one, Mr. Murphy, is a probation violation. I've appointed you an attorney on that. Same hearing date, the 15th, but a different location, downtown Phoenix. You're being, I made a mistake here.
Yeah, she said she wasn't going to violate me.
Well, sir, it's an automatic file with new charges such as this.
Okay.
And sir, I originally put release on your own recognizance on that one because I saw that first. I'm going to change that to $50 so you get credit for time served. I apologize to the officer and this lovely lady to my left for changing it. Good luck, sir.
All right, you have a nice day.
You too, sir. I'm sorry about that, guys. Devin, come on up. Mr. Volk? After Devin is Robert. Leo, tell me your full name, sir.
Devin Taylor Volk.
Mr. Volk, you have 4 different matters before the court. The first one, sir, is removal of defacing a VIN number, a Class 5 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is May 15th. A bond is $50. The next one, sir, is a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney. Your probation revocation hearing is going to be on the 15th of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond is $2,500. The next one, sir, is another probation violation matter. Same hearing date, same attorney on the 15th. Bond amount is $50. Everyone, please stop talking. You're bleeding into my record. Thank you, folks. Thank you, officer. And Mr. Volk, your last matter is a probation violation matter. Same attorney, same hearing date, same location, the 15th, same bond amount as the last one, different bond, $50. Please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some good ideas that might help you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Robert, come on up, Robert. And then Stephanie is after Robert. Robert.
Anybody need Robert?
Robert's probably resting. Stephanie, why don't you come on up, Stephanie? I'll come back to Robert. Tell me your full name, Stephanie.
Stephanie Suits.
Ms. Suit, this is a drug paraphernalia as a misdemeanor, prescription drug violation as a misdemeanor, obstruction of the highway or thoroughfare as a misdemeanor. It's out of the Santan Justice Court. I'm not allowed to appoint attorneys in misdemeanor cases, but the Santan judge can if they think it's important and necessary on your case. You're going to meet that judge on the 14th day of May. A bond is an unusual bond at $680. Good luck, miss.
Thank you.
Did we find Robert? There's Robert. Come on up, Robert. Thank you, officer. Tell me your full name, Robert.
Robert, his first name Leal, last name Leal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this first matter is a dangerous drug case, a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date is on the 15th of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond is at $1,000. The next matter, sir, is a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney. Your probation revocation will be on the 15th, different location, downtown Phoenix. A bond is $50. Please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some good ideas that might help you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Sorensen, Allison? Stephen Michaels is after Allison. Ms. Sorensen. Thank you, Ms. Sorensen. Ms. Sorensen, please tell me your full name.
Allison Jane Sorensen.
Ms. Sorensen, this is a shoplifting matter. I cannot appoint you an attorney. It's out of Pima County. It's up to the Pima judge. You're going to meet the Pima judge on the 14th day of May. Pima judge wants a $500 bond. Good luck in Pima County, miss.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Michaels, Stephen, come on up. And then Benjamin Garcia is after Stephen.
Your Honor, I'm just going to skip it, or you're going to be calling me.
Absolutely. I apologize. Mr. Garcia?
This is Mr. Michaels.
Mr. Michaels? Mr. Michaels, tell me your full name.
Stephen Michaels.
Mr. Michaels, this first matter is a shoplifting matter. I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the Santan judge. You're going to meet the Santan judge on the 14th day of May. This appears to be a failure to pay, and the Santan judge wants bond at $215. The next matter seems very similar.
Yeah, I failure to pay.
It's another shoplifting, and again, same issue, same date. I cannot appoint you an attorney, and it's $235 a bond on that one. Good luck, sir.
Am I going home?
If you can pay those bonds, yes.
Oh, no.
Good luck, then.
Come on.
Where do I go?
Thank you, officer.
You're welcome. Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, tell me your full name.
Ben Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. This is a dangerous drug case, a class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is on the 23rd day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released to pretrial services. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. That officer to your left and slightly behind you is going to hand you a whole bunch of paperwork. It's very important that you read all of it. Those are the rules you have to follow to stay out of trouble between now and the 23rd. Good luck, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Tyler, Henry Tyler. Vincent is after Tyler. Good morning, sir. Tell me your full name.
Tyler Vaughn Henry.
Mr. Henry, this is a forgery matter, a class 4 felony, and taking the identity of another, a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is on the 23rd day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released to pretrial services. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours.
Okay.
That officer to your left and slightly behind you is going to hand you a whole bunch of paperwork. Read it carefully. Those are the rules you have to follow to stay out of trouble between now and the 23rd.
All right.
Good luck, sir.
All right, thank you.
Vincent, why don't you come on up, Vincent? After Vincent is James Gatsby. Tell me your full name, sir.
My full name is Vincent Edward Giella.
Mr. Giella, this is a dangerous drug case, a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is May 23rd, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance, sir. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. And show up on the 23rd and take care of this.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck, sir. James. After James is Miss Locks.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
James Jasper Grace Guthrie.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have two different matters. The first one is reckless driving as a misdemeanor, resisting arrest as a misdemeanor, and false reporting to law enforcement as a misdemeanor.
I missed the last thing you said.
Pardon me?
I missed the last thing you just
said. The last
said.
one is false reporting to a law enforcement officer.
Okay.
Sir, I cannot appoint you an attorney on misdemeanors. That's up to the misdemeanor judge. You're going to meet that judge on the 28th day of May. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. The next one's also a reckless driving and failure to give information at an accident. Both of those, again, are misdemeanors. Again, I cannot appoint you an attorney on a misdemeanor. That's up to the misdemeanor judge. You're going to meet that judge on the 29th day of May. Again, you're being released on your own recognizance. Good luck on both cases.
Your Honor, is this the time for me to ask for permission to be able to leave the state? I have a conference that I'm part of next week.
Apologize, but you're not allowed to leave the state until the next judge sees you. And then it's up to him or her.
Okay, and when was that again?
The 19th.
Okay.
Good luck. Strike that. It's the 29th, sir.
29th?
29th. But you can file a written motion to a judge and ask them if you can leave the state if you give good reason. But I'm not going to let you. It's up to the next judge. Good luck.
Thank you.
Miss Locks, Tia. Come on up, Tia. After Tia is Emma. Miss, tell me your full name. Miss, this is a criminal trespass matter. It's a Class 6 felony. I am going to appoint you an attorney. Miss, hold on. Your next hearing date is May 26th. Strike that, May 23rd, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in 6 hours. Good luck.
Your Honor, can you ask them to please let me get to somewhere where it's warm?
Oh, miss, that's up to the officers. Good luck. Miss Emma. No problem. How time critical is it? Do I need to jump to it right now?
No, he goes about 2 hours.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just do it at the end then. Emma, I apologize. Tell me your full name.
Emma Bernice-Guerra.
Miss, this is a narcotic drug case and a drug paraphernalia case. Those are Class 4 and Class 6 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing is May the 23rd, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours.
Thank you, sir.
We do have a drug deferral program if you're interested. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, come on up. And Lord is after Marquez. Tell me your full name, sir.
Marquise Deshaun Jackson.
Thank you, sir. And I just mispronounced your first name.
It's okay, Your Honor.
Accept my apology. Sir, this is a narcotic drug case, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. You have 2 hearings coming up, the 23rd and the 28th, both of them downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. Good luck, sir.
23rd and 28th?
Yes, sir. It's all in writing, the paperwork he's going to hand you.
Thank you.
Just so you don't have to worry about remembering it. Lauren, come on up, Lauren.
Lauren Hurt.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you have 2 different matters before the court. The first one's a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney. Your probation violation hearing is going to be on the 15th day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. The next one, sir, is a new case. It's a dangerous drug case, a Class 4 felony. Same attorney, different hearing date, the 23rd day of May, downtown Phoenix. Again, you're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in 6 hours. About 5 o'clock tonight, when you step outside this building, you must call your probation officer.
I don't know who my probation officer is, sir. I was given a new probation officer.
Sir, this gives you about 6 hours to figure that out because you have to talk to your probation officer, follow their rules and my rules. That'll give the next judge you see on the 15th 2 very good reasons to not put you in prison on the 15th.
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck, sir.
Thank you.
He's still being held by Phoenix.
Well, that's, yes, you will get a bond from them, but are you sure you can make the bond from Phoenix, whatever it is?
Yeah, I can make the bond.
Okay, then I'll leave mine just as they are. Good luck, sir.
Mr. Stilson?
Adam, come on up. And Wilson is after Stilson. Tell me your full name, please.
Adam Stilson.
Mr. Stilson, this is obstruction of government operations as a misdemeanor, obstruction of justice by not giving your true name. I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the White Tanks judge. They probably won't, but they can if they think it's important enough. You're going to meet the White Tanks judge on the 27th of May. The reason why I don't think it's very important is because this is just a fine issue at most. So it's not really a dangerous, you're not really looking at much. You're being released on your own recognizance. You can show up in front of the White Tank judge on the 27th, or you could call them Monday morning and see if I can show up earlier. And quite often, White Tanks judges do that.
Okay.
Take care of it sooner rather than have it hang over your head for a few weeks.
Right.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Wilson, come on up, Wilson. And Stasia is after this gentleman. Tell me your name, sir.
Jabril Isaac Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, this is a burglary case as a Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 23rd of May. You're being released on your own recognizance. Show up on the 23rd and take care of this, sir.
Yes, sir.
You'll be out in 6 hours.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Merriweather, come on up. James Silva, you're after. Tell me your name, please.
Stacia Chanel Merriweather.
Miss, this is an aggravated driving under the influence as a Class 6 felony. That's a person under the age of 15 in the vehicle. Another aggravated driving under the influence with a person under the age of 15 in the vehicle. And this last one is the same thing. So 3 counts of them all Class 6 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney, miss. Your next hearing is on the 23rd of May. Downtown Phoenix, you'll be released on your own recognizance. With all DUIs, there can be and normally is a prohibition on driving. So be careful about driving. Check and make sure your driving status is good or you just get yourself in more trouble. Good luck, miss.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck. James, come on up. Mr. Silva, I apologize. I told you the 2 o'clock calendar, but another judge took my 2 o'clock calendar away and gave me this calendar. I figured you had enough time to think it over. What do you want to do?
Yes, thank you. I have just a couple of clarifying questions.
Okay.
The bond is a cashier's check bond?
It's a cash bond, yes.
Is that different than any other kind of a bond?
We have a secured appearance bond. A secured appearance bond allows you to put up 10% approximately and make an arrangement with a judge, strike that, a bondsperson for the balance. Basically, it's an IOU. But I don't allow those on FOJs, fugitives of justice, because we're dealing interstate, not within a state.
I understand. Can a bail bondsman make that and process the payment for us?
Bail bondsman can, but again, that's between you and the bail bondsman. We have phones in all the cells and phones in the waiting area. Just ask for permission to use it.
One other question. If I'm not able to make bond, can I change and accept extradition?
Absolutely. The best time to do that is when you see your next judge.
Which it would be when?
About a week to 8 days from right now.
Okay. Yes, sir. I would like to do the try for the bond.
Okay. No problem. No problem. And let me grab my notes to make sure I don't make the same mistake I did last time.
And does the 30-day hold start after I sign that paper, if that's what I decide, if I can't do bond?
Oh, it starts right now. If you do it, it's immediately it starts.
I think your question was if you.
So if I can't make bond and I have to do the exhibition?
Yeah, you have to sign the waiver.
Understood.
Thank you for the clarification, officer. I misunderstood. Okay, I said bond as we talked at the last hearing, sir. You're going to meet your next judge on the 19th. Wonderful judge. I've known her for many, many years, and she's a great judge and very, very good. I wish you the best of luck, sir. Good luck in Pennsylvania as well as here in the short time you're here, no matter how short it is. Good luck, sir.
And then the amount is on the paperwork?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we dealt with, now let's deal with Perfy. Mr. Perfy? Come on up, sir. And then Mr. Gomez is after this gentleman.
Did you want the room clears to be on there, or just for your sake?
Good point. Let's just deal with this gentleman. Well, why don't you stay right there, sir? We're gonna move a few people around here.
Okay.
But thank you, officer. And when you're done moving people around, just knock on the door and tell the attorney he's after this one.
You want the entire room cleared, or just?
Pardon me?
They're fine with everybody else, correct?
Yeah. Are we gonna, do we want to move any of the rest of them?
Yes, sir. That's when I get this paper.
No problem. So take your time, take your time. While we're moving people around, the court's going to deal with what's called, this doesn't relate to you, sir. I'm trying to kill time while we're getting ready for you. I have two people that are house calls for behavioral issues. Number 1 and 2 on the court's calendar is the first one. Number 1 is a probation violation. I've appointed an attorney probation revocation hearing on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Contact probation if you make bond. The next one's also aggravated assault, a class 4 felony.
What's the time for default?
Thank you very much. A class 4 felony, 2 counts, assault on a first responder. I've appointed an attorney. Bond is set at $5,000. Next hearing is on the 15th. Are we good now, officer?
Yes, Your Honor, the room is clear.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's go back up to this gentleman's. Tell me your full name, sir.
Shaheem D. Purified.
Thank you, Mr. Purified. Mr. Purified, what the officer did for you is get everyone out of earshot that might think something of this nature could be offensive. When people get upset about charges like this in this institution, someone tends to get hurt, and we try to avoid that at all costs. It's imperative you not talk to anybody about these charges or show anybody the paperwork regarding these charges for your own safety. This is 1 count of sexual assault, a class 2 felony, aggravated assault, a class 3 felony, and kidnapping, a class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. You have 2 hearings coming up, the 15th and the 19th, both them downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $100,000. The next one, sir, is driving on a suspended, revoked, or canceled license out of Tolleson. I cannot appoint an attorney. I just set bond on that one at $50. You're going to meet the Tolleson judge on the 19th. Good luck, sir.
So that means that I'm bondable?
No, you're bondable. Just get an agreement with the bonding company.
And then $50 for the driving while suspended?
Yes. Good luck. Christian Gomez? Okay, fantastic. Counsel, come on up.
Good morning, Your
They're
Honor.
just moving people around. Just give them a second.
Understood. Thank you, Judge. I said good morning without looking to see. It is, in fact, still morning.
Not by much. You got 20 more minutes.
Narrow margin.
20 more minutes.
I was told you were efficient, and that was correct.
Well, I have a boss over here, and she does not let me screw around at all.
Keeps you on track?
Yes, she does. She's a wonderful lady.
I tried to walk away when she had something to hand me.
Don't do that.
I didn't get very far. No.
Don't do that.
No, I was ushered right back in.
She keeps all of us out of trouble, is what she does.
I certainly appreciate that.
Now down to the more serious matters.
Yes,
Mr. Gomez, please tell me your full name.
Christian Gabriel Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And he does match the picture. Counsel, please announce.
David Mize, representing Mr. Gomez on a limited scope, Your Honor. At the culmination of this hearing, I would ask that the court appoint somebody from the public defender's office, at least in the interim, so we can sort out the details.
Excellent. Counsel, have you gone over the petition with your client, and do you waive a reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do I have the state of Arizona online? Do we know?
No, he is.
Okay. The county attorney is not going to be present. Counsel recommendation on release conditions.
Yes, Your Honor. So I did review what the probation department submitted as well as the state. The probation department recommended that he be released on his own recognizance, indicated he's not a flight risk nor really. I think he got a 2 on danger to community from the probation department. The state obviously has a significantly higher recommendation and request. From our perspective, he's 19, employed. He's got a full-time job, lives with his mother who lives here locally, who I've been in contact with, and he still has a home. He has no felony offenses as an adult, and so our position would be that he would be perfectly safe in the community. That's our sort of first tier request. As a second tier request, the amount that the state listed was, I think, $150,000 cash. That is a financial impossibility for the family. And I know that because I've spoken to them about it. And so to the extent you're inclined to order a bond, I would ask that if nothing else, it be secured on the one hand, and then quite a bit lower than $150,000, because this really just would serve to keep him incarcerated up to the point of trial, if for no other reason than based on economic status alone. So those are our requests this morning, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. I am going to appoint the public defender on an interim basis. What a limited scope means is, he probably explained it to you, is he may not be at the next hearing depending upon whatever your agreement is with him. I want someone at that next hearing, which will be a public defender, just so we get any paperwork from the prosecution. And if your attorney's there, great, they just hand it over, the next judge takes care of it. It takes less than 30 seconds. The court will set the next hearing for the 15th day of May. 15th day of May, the bond amount will be substantially less, $50,000, but it will be a cash-only bond, and it will be electronic monitoring with pretrial services if he does make bond. Sir, it's very important that you not show anyone this paperwork. Keep it just between you and your attorney. Don't talk to anybody in here. Don't talk to anybody but your attorney or any other attorney about this. That's for your own safety. Would you do that for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Would you like a copy, counsel?
Yes.
Can we do an extra copy for counsel? Oh, she said yes. So, counsel, you know how to get yourself out, or do I need to get someone to get you out?
So what does that mean?
If I get lost, I get lost. I think.
Well, if you get lost, you really get lost in here.
I think I can get
when I walk out there, if you're still in the hallway.
I think I remember how I came in. If it's the same.
Just go out, hang a left, walk all the way into the hall until you bump your nose, and then turn to the left, and you're out the front door.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's very easy.
I can mute this and talk to him. Yes.
Pardon me?
Okay. Let me. I'll step in here and explain exactly what's going on.
All right. Okay. As long as the officer lets you, but he's got a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Judge.
Unfortunately, I keep him quite busy. Mr. Detanarkowski, I'm not even sure I was even close to being right, sir. Come on up, sir. Tell me your full name, sir.
I am Pierre Alexander D. Tarnowski, Jr.
I wasn't close, and I apologize, sir. Sir, you have 2 different matters before the court. The first one is a grand jury warrant for your arrest. It is 2 counts of luring a minor for sexual exploitation and 10 counts of luring a minor for exploitation. Those are Class 2 and Class 3 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is on the 16th. Bond by the grand jury is $250,000. If you meet the bond, you'll be released to pretrial services with electronic monitoring. The second one is interesting. It's called a direct complaint. It's the exact same charges, exact same bond amount, but it's a direct complaint. It appears to be identical of the charges from the grand jury. So what I did, if I'm right, I did a no action. That means I'm not going to do any release conditions, nothing on this, because I believe it's duplicative. I'll leave it up to the next judge when he or she has a prosecutor and a defense attorney to tell me I'm wrong. I don't think I am, but again, I'm not going to do anything with that charge. Sir, it's very important for your own safety you not show anybody this paperwork, talk to anybody in this facility about it other than an attorney. I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Mr. Nixon. Is this the one, Mr. Nixon's?
This is the Allen.
This is the Allen? Mr. Nixon. Mr. Nixon, I apologize. I did not know you were on my calendar. In fact, you weren't. You were on the next judges, but they moved it up to this one, so I do apologize. You're being charged with, tell me your full name, Mr. Nixon.
David Michael Nixon.
Mr. Nixon, you're being charged with 8 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor. Those are Class 2 felonies. 12 counts of luring a minor for exploitation, a Class 3 felony. 12 counts of child enhancement. That's a Class 5 felony. 2 counts of best case sexual issues with an animal, Class 6 felony, and 9 counts of bestiality, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed you an attorney, sir. I will find you are indigent, appoint you the public defender. Sir, your next hearing is going to be, let me hold on. Your next hearing is going to be on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $100,000. If you make bond, you'll get electronic monitoring. And sir, it's important you not have any contact with any minors. There's no exception. And also that you not have any access or get on any type of electronic device that gives you access to any type of internet for the same reasons to keep you away from minors. Sir, I wish you the best of luck. Please don't show anybody this paperwork. Keep it to yourself. Don't talk to anybody but your attorney. Don't show the paperwork to anybody but your attorney. Good luck, sir. And it should be ready for you now, boss.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. And we already did 1 and 2 on the house calls. We're going to do Ortiz, which is 30 and 34 on the house calls. Aggravated assault against a prosecutor, a Class 6 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. His 2 hearings, the 15th and the 19th, bond is $1,000. His page 2 is a probation violation. Same attorney. The probation violation date is the 15th. Bond is $50. He'll be encouraged to contact his probation officer for some ideas that might be helpful to him. I apologize for taking so long.
Wait, I can take you out the record?
Yeah, please.
All right.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. I didn't even see all the, I didn't get a chance to look at the recommendations. All right, good afternoon, everybody. This is a 2 o'clock calendar. It's, May 9th, 2025. Court orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. When I call your name, you'll stand behind the podium, give me your name and your date of birth. I'm not going to state out loud all your release conditions. They will be in your paperwork, so it'll be your responsibility to read it. At a minimum, by the way, I will tell you is that there was no drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. For those of you who are on probation, you'll need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All right? Okay, first of all, let's go. Alfredo Palomino. All right, sir.
Hi.
Hi, your name and date of birth, please.
Alfredo Palomino, 10/30/93.
Okay, so you have 2 matters before me. Let's start with the first one here. You had a bench warrant in Superior Court in possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, both class 4 felonies, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. You already have a lawyer for that. And your next court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street for status conference on May 15th at 8:30 and a witness plumbing hearing on May 19th at 8:30. Your judge set bond amount of $500. All right. No drugs without a valid prescription, of course. Now, that's in 2023 130317. In 2023 157065, you have the charge of an arrest warrant, 2 counts of aggravated DUI based on suspension or revocation for one count of possession of narcotic drugs, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, all class 4 felonies. Now, Judge Simon already made a finding in regard to 2023 1303170001 that you were out on release for that at the time of the commission of this offense and found probable cause. So Judge Simon made a finding pursuant to Rule 7.2b that you'll be held without bond. I will tell you this at this time. You're appointing a lawyer for you. You'll have a conference. Your cases will be at 175 West Madison Street. You'll have a status conference on May 15th at 8:30. Witness plumbing hearing on May 19th at this point at 8:30. You'll have an evidentiary hearing on May 16th at 1:30 p.m. Your lawyer will explain that hearing. That's a hearing to determine whether bond can be set. But in the meantime, there'll be no bond set. All right, so step to your left, please. Jean Carroll. Okay. Your name and date of birth, please.
32604.
And your name?
Jean Carroll.
Okay. You are charged 1 count of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, class 2 felony, and 1 count of burglary in the first degree, class 2 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You're not to return to the scene of alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. You can't have any contact with any co-defendant, no weapons, no drugs. All right? You'll have a status conference on May 15th at 8:30, and witness public hearing on May 19th, at least that's scheduled this time at 8:30. You'll have an evidentiary hearing on May 16th at 1:30 to determine whether bond can be set. Now, in regard to that, I found you had been out on release for another felony. on April 1st of this year in 2024 007966 is a organized retail theft charges based on an indictment. And so, pursuant to Rule 7.2B, you'll be held without bond. The evidentiary hearing will be determined whether bond can be set. All right, and your lawyer will explain that to you. Step to your left, please. Samuel or Walton. All right, sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Samuel Walton, 12/16/1992.
Okay, sir, you've got two matters. A new charge in 2025-1195-88001, transportation and/or sale of narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street. Status conference set for May 15th at 8:30. At this point, is the witness.
Excuse me, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. I'm starting to lose my voice. Okay. Witness preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. Can you hear me now? Okay. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, can't possess or consume any alcohol, and if you get out, you'd have to contact the probation officer within 72 hours. That applies. All these things apply to the other case also, which is the probation violation. Now, in the probation violation, which is in 2017-134943, you're on probation, I believe, for kidnapping, Class 2 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, just like the same lawyer. Well, I appointed a lawyer for you on the other case. Initially, it may be two lawyers. And I gave you the court dates on the other one, didn't I?
I was having trouble hearing you.
I didn't, I think. Your court date, yeah, 5/15 and 5/19, that's right. And that's at 175 West Madison Street. Now, initially, the probation violation will be in a different building.
Do you mind if I step? I got bad ears.
Okay, I'm going to try to talk louder, okay? Your probation violation will be in a different building, but initially it'll be same lawyer and the same building, okay? But initially, your court date will be at 201 West Jefferson on May 16th at 8:30 in the morning. It's alleged to have violated term number 1. And let me just check one thing here. Okay, here. So it's same release conditions, no drugs, without a valid prescription, no weapons, no alcohol, and contact your probation officer. However, you talk to your lawyer about this because you'll have to talk to your assigned judge in regard to this. I think there's a reasonable likelihood that if you found a violation of probation, that you'd be going to the Department of Corrections. So pursuant to Rules 27.6 and Rule 7.2C, you'll be held without bond at this time. But your lawyer will explain that to you, and he or she can make an appropriate motion. All right, step to your left, please. Angel Colon. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Angel Cologne, date of birth 9/17/83.
Okay, sir, you've got the following charges. Aggravated assault, Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanor, endangerment, Class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanor, and resisting arrest, Class 1 misdemeanor. Let me double check this. All right, I got to edit this. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, so I got to make that change. Okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second here. Okay, so I am appointing a lawyer for you. Okay. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street for a status conference on May 15th and a witness preliminary hearing on May 19th. All right. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And apparently you may have an order of protection out that's already been issued against you. You must obey that. All right. The state has made a recommendation, by the way, that bond be set in the amount of $50,000 cash. And the victim has also made a statement in regard to that. There are two things I'm doing. It will not be a cash bond. I'm setting a bond in the amount of $60,000 secured appearance bond. And if you're able to post a release, you'll have to have an ankle bracelet put on you with a curfew. The hours you'll be able to leave your home will be determined by the pretrial services officer, and they'll be in your packet. All right, so step to your left, please.
My lawyer comes now.
No, step over there, help me.
Can you find number 48?
What was it?
Can you find number 48?
48?
Yeah, I'd love your signature.
You know where it went?
48.
Do you know where it went?
Thank you.
Okay. Yolanda Ricks. All right. All right. Your name and date of birth, please.
Yolanda Ricks, 11/7/62.
All right. You are charged with aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street for status conference on May 15th, and a witness preliminary hearing at this point is scheduled for May 19th, both at 8:30. No, can initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. The state has made a recommendation, which actually I'm going to concur with. Bond we set is a secured appearance bond of $75,000 secured bond. So you can go to a bonding company. And it's something I should mention to everybody. For those of you who do set a secured appearance bond, you can go to a bonding company. On some of the walls, they have lists of bonding companies. They do collect calls. If you can't find the list, you can ask one of the officers to give you that information. All right, step to your left, please. Richard Sabrian. So your name and date of birth, please.
5/9/96.
And your name.
Richard Cibrian.
All right, so you're charged with the following items: armed robbery, kidnapping, both Class 2 felonies, aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, aggravated robbery, Class 4 felony, and theft, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be at 175 West Madison Street for a status conference on May 15th at 8:30. At this point, a witness preliminary hearing is set for May 19th. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. You're not to have any contact with any co-defendant. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. The state was asking for a $150,000 bond. As a matter of fact, let me just double check that.
Is it 150,000?
I'm not going to impose that. Okay. No, they wanted a $250,000 cash bond. Okay.
250,000?
That's what they're asking for. I'm the one making the decision. I'm setting a bond, a secured appearance bond of $50,000, but you'll have, if you post the bond, you'll have a ankle bracelet put on you. It can only be put on between Monday through Fridays between 8 and 5 in the afternoon, 8 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, with a curfew with hours to be determined by probation officer. So you can go to a bonding company. I'm not making it $250, I'm making it $50, but and not cash, at least. You go to a bonding company, but you have to have an ankle bracelet put on. All right? Step to your left, please. Marcus Miller. For those of you, I'm starting to lose my voice, so if anyone can't hear me, please let me know. You're good. All right. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
Marcus Miller, February 9th, 1993.
Okay, sir, you are charged with one kind of armed robbery and one kind of burglary in the first degree, both Class 2 felonies. I have a victim statement, also the state recommendation in regard to this, and they're asking for $250,000 cash. Okay, I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be 5/15 and 5/19 at 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison. You cannot initiate contact with the alleged victim of, can't return to the scene of alleged crime, cannot initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims, no weapons, no drugs, valid prescription. I'm setting a security appearance bond in the amount of $50,000.
Can you speak up a little bit?
$50,000, not $250,000. Okay, so you can go to a bonding company. Step to your left, please. All right, Latoya Mitchell.
Latoya?
Latoya Mitchell, June 7, 1993.
Okay, thank you. You were charged with armed robbery with a Class 2 felony and burglary in the first degree Class 2 felony. Appointing a lawyer for you. You can't have any contact with any co-defendant. You can't return to the scene of alleged crime. You cannot initiate contact with the victim or victims. No weapons, among other things. Your court dates will be 5/15 and 5/19 at 8:30 in the morning at 175 West Madison. That'll be on your paperwork. I will tell you this, the victim made a recommendation, alleged victim made a recommendation. The state is asking that you be held on $250,000 cash. I'm not going to do that. Bond will be a security appearance bond in an amount of $50,000 security appearance bond, so you can go to a bonding company. All right, step to your left, please. All right, Ruben Arianes.
Ruben. I don't think you can hold it right there, name and word.
Also, can I borrow your voice? Much stronger than mine.
I'll yell.
Ruben Arianes, 9/11/1992.
All right.
You got it.
Mr. Arianes, you are charged with aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, and resisting arrest, Class 6 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Likewise, your court dates will be 5/15 and 5/19 at 8:30 in the morning for both at 175 West Madison Street. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim, and no weapons.
Alcohol?
Okay, 1 second here.
Okay.
State is asking for a $50,000 cash bond.
What did it say again?
The state is asking for $50,000.
All right.
I'm just mentioning that for the record. I know you do have 3 priors. I'm setting a security appearance bond amount of $20,000, so you can go to a bonding company.
Thank you,
But
sir.
make sure you make it to court.
Thank you, sir.
If you don't, you lose your bond and you'll have a warrant. You'll be back here. All right?
Thank you, sir.
Sweet.
Ashley Stretch.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Your name and date of birth?
Ashley Stretch, 1/27/1989.
You said 89, right?
89, yeah.
You've got an out-of-county warrant out of Pinal County Superior Court on aggravated harassment based on order of protection, a Class 6 felony. Did you already have a lawyer on that case?
I did for Pinal County. I was supposed to appear in court on the 6th for that, and
Okay,
I was arrested here on the 5th.
I'm saying a lawyer will be appointed for your next hearing, but apparently you already have one, so that you know who I'm talking about here. You can't initiate contact with the alleged victim. You must obey any orders of protection or injunctions against harassment against you. Your judge set a cash-only bond of $10,000, and you'll be back there. What date did you think you were going back?
I was supposed to go to court on the 6th, and I was arrested here on the 5th.
Okay, so they said bond, your next court date will be, you'll be taken down there on May 14th at 8:30, okay?
Okay.
And you'll talk to your lawyer about the release conditions. Joshua McGill? Joshua McGill.
McGill.
Hello, sir. Cool. All right, so your name and date of birth, please.
My name's Joshua McGill.
And your date of birth?
June 30th, 1990.
Okay. Looks like, sir, you're on probation already in 2020, 124552, and I think your next court date's May 28th.
I'm sorry, one more
Your
time?
next court date's May 28th on your probation violation matter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they didn't put another hold on you. I'm just reminding you. Now, the only question I'm having is that give me 1 second here. You got a charge here, and I'm appointing a lawyer for you. I have to change one thing, Tommy. Okay. You're charged here with possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense. Hold on 1 second. I thought I made a change in this already, so hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, Tom, I'm going to change something here. All right, sir, you're charged with possession of weapon for prohibited person, possession, I'm sorry, I did the wrong one. Okay. You're charged with possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, possession of or use of a weapon in drug offense, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of dangerous drugs, and theft. So based on limited information, I don't find probable cause in regard to possession, use of a weapon in a drug offense. Doesn't mean you won't be charged with it, but this, based on the limited information I have, I'm not finding probable cause. That could change. Okay, prosecutors have to make their decision. I just want to make sure. I wanted to change that because that's my recollection from before. I'm appointing a lawyer for you, and your lawyer can explain those things to you. Likewise, with the other folks, your court dates will be May 15th and May 19th, both at 8:30, 175 West Madison Street. If you get out, contact your probation officer in 72 hours. No weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. And you apparently still have an order of protection in effect against you. You must obey that order of protection.
Who has an order of protection against me?
According to the information I have here, it expires on May 30th.
Okay.
Donald McGill?
What is my...
Donald McGill may be the plaintiff.
Don?
Donald McGill. I don't know, let's put it this way, if you don't have one, you don't have to worry about it. If you do have it, obey it.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
yes,
let's put it that way. Here's the trick, sir. Bond is set in the amount of $5,000 security appearance bond. If you don't post a bond, you're still in the jail, make sure your lawyer knows about it so that you can get over to the probation violation court, okay? Because ordinarily, if there's a bond for both, you'd be transported for both. I just want to make sure.
Is there any way I can get my bond set lower? We don't have that kind of money.
No, it'll be $5,000. You can go to the bonding company. Step to your left, please. Your attorney can make an application in front of your assigned judge. Okay. Harley, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name.
Harley, that's one you want?
Yeah.
Harley? Name is first.
Harley Yosechek, 31592.
I'm glad I would have butchered it. And I like to give people a courtesy, pronounce the names correctly, and I didn't want to try.
Everybody does.
Right. And your date of birth was, I'm sorry?
March 15th, 1992.
Okay. I just want to double check one thing here, sir. Okay. There was some indication you possibly could have been held with that bond, but I'm not making that finding. Okay. So you do have another open case right now. Okay, let me just tell you.
Is that the misdemeanor, or is it the one?
No, actually, I'll tell you what it is. See, this is Burglary in the third degree, that's if the discharge is.
Looks like it's theft of means.
What?
Looks like theft of means in the case ending in 875.
1 second, 2024, but it doesn't show, C4148775, that's closed case. You went to DOC on that, right?
No, I'm currently in county jail, sentenced.
Okay.
He's here on a different charge, but he's staying on already.
Yeah, okay, it's new, this is a new charge, let's put it that way. Burglary in third degree.
Yeah.
It's alleged to have occurred on December 22nd of last year.
Right.
Okay. I'll tell you, another judge, let's see if I remember correctly who it was. I think I have it written down here. Pretrial services thought it's possible no bond, that's why. It's double checking. Commissioner Gribbling ordered that you be, I know your 5 priors, that you be held on $5,000 cash. Sure, we made that finding on that.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's on this charge?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Well, you're in anyway.
Yeah, I'm in anyway, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And Sir Hall, actually, I don't think I gave you the court dates, did I?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay. 5/14 and 5/19. Where is he?
Going back in on
Yeah. Just don't have to run. May 14th and May 19th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison. Don't return the scene of the alleged crime or initiate contact with the alleged victims. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Lionel Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Well, no, there are 2 Benjamins, so I want Lionel. Okay. And so you can keep the mask on if you feel more comfortable, okay? Just as long as I can hear you. Is the other Benjamin your brother?
No, it's my cousin.
Oh, cousins, because so the last name. I just want to make sure we weren't. Okay, so your name and your date of birth, please.
My name is Lionel Benjamin, 11/13/1992.
In fact, your birthdays are within a couple of days of each other, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what I just want to make sure who we had here. Okay. Sir, you've got 2 matters before me. Let's just go into that. One, you have probation violation. You're on probation for a Class 2 felony. And then you have a new case in 2025-119571. That's resisting arrest, Class 6 felony, and failing to obey a police officer, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be May 15th and May 19th at 175 West Madison Street. You're not possessing weapons, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. If you get out, contact your probation officer in 72 hours. This one sounds strange, but I'm setting a bond for you on this one, amount of $10.
Okay.
Okay, well, I have to explain because you're the probation matter. The reason I want you to make sure you be transported if you don't make bond on the other matter. Okay?
So
it's a placeholder bond, so make sure you get transported. Because now, on your probation matter, that's in 2020-002-003-026, you're on probation for a Class 2 felony. Your court dates will be May 16th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson, which is a different building than the other one. But I'm appointing a lawyer for you on both. They'll end up being the same one. And you're alleged to have violated term number 1. I think I may have to check something here for you. Yeah, I got to change one thing. Okay, you're alleged to have violated term 1, not being a law-abiding citizen. You're in the Class 2 probation for a Class 2 felony. Your court dates will be May 16th, like I mentioned, at 201 West Jefferson. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs, without a valid prescription, no alcohol, and you must, if you get out, contact the probation officer in 72 hours. On this one, your bond will be set in the amount of $5,000 security appearance bond. So,
excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Is there any way that we could lower the bond?
You can ask your lawyer to make an application in front of your assigned judge. But at this point, it'll be $5,000 Step to your left, please.
For probation?
Yes,
Just a little bit of the door, it's your big one.
Matthew Hanks.
Hanks, right?
Matthew Hanks. Yes, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Matthew Hanks, July 15, 1987.
Okay, so you got two matters before me. One's a probation violation, and another one is new cases. Let's deal with the probation. Let's deal with the new case first. 2025-119562. You're on probation for aggravated assault, class 4 felony. Possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. Aggravated DUI, class 6 felony. Actually, I think that's supposed to be a class 4 felony. I got to change that. See what I got to do here. The important thing will be the charging document, but right now I just want to correct what I believe it is right now. Okay. Okay, so you're charged with aggravated assault, dangerous drugs, aggravated DUI based on the third DUI, one based on suspension revocation. You have resisting arrest. Once again, they have a passive resistance. I got to change that also. That's the wrong level of felony. It's the misdemeanor, not a felony. Okay, so you got resisting arrest, misdemeanor also, and a hit and run, class 1 misdemeanor. All right. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be like a lot of the other folks at 175 West Mass Street, 8:30 for both matters. May 15th for status conference. The witness preliminary hearing at this time scheduled for May 19th. All right. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim or victims. No alcohol, no drugs by the valid prescription. If you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Bond is set the amount of $15,000 secured appearance bond. In your probation violation, you're in a class 4 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you on that also. You have your revocation arraignment hearing on May 16th at 8:30. That'll be 201 West Jefferson. They'll ultimately both be combined and probably at the other address. You're alleged to violate term 1, same conditions about drugs, alcohol, and weapons, and contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Bond and that is $5,000 secured appearance bond. All right, step to your left, please. Eric Naylor. All right, sir.
Eric Naylor, 6/20/1981.
All right, sir. You have 3 matters before me, and you can hear me?
Yes.
It's starting to go real bad now. Let's start with a new case, 2025-119556. You're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felonies, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, shoplifting, class 1.
Class
1
4.
a lawyer for you. Likewise, you'll be at 175 West Mass Street on May 15th and May 19th. Status conference and witness preliminary hearing, both at 8:30. You get out, this could be for all of them. Contact your probation officer within 72 hours. No alcohol, no weapons, no drugs, by valid prescription. You can't return to the scene of alleged crime, and you cannot initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness. Bond will be set in the amount of $2,500 for this. Now, you have a warrant from the Apache Junction City Court. It's a different county, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's based on a failure to pay a fine and disobeying or resisting an order or mandate of the court. All right, so I know they went to a higher bond, and normally we don't change out of state or out of county bonds, but I'm going to do it in this case. You have an arraignment hearing on May 14th. I made a cash bond of $50. So what happens is that if you're still in custody on the other ones, it may delay your going down to that court. Okay? Yeah. I'm saying it's just $50. So if you make the other bond, you're more likely to make this one also. But make sure you keep track of all your paperwork, okay? Because you have 3 different courts at this time. Then you get the probation violation on a Class 6 felony. On a Term 1, your probation revocation hearing will be on May 16th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson, appointing a lawyer for you, and the same religious conditions I mentioned for all the other ones. All right? And that is a bond of $100. Okay?
Okay.
So step to your left, please. Eddie Nez.
Eddie Nez.
All right, sir. Your name and date of birth, please.
Eddie Nez Jr., January 7th, 1975.
Oh, okay, so you got 2 warrants out of the Desert Ridge Justice Court. They're both oldies. They're from 2017. They're both based on a driving license suspended. The allegations here, you were driving. So that's an indication. But anyway, it'll be the Desert Ridge Justice Court in TR 2015-127434 on that warrant. It'll be on May 14th at 8:30, a $500 bond. In 2016-153572, same thing. They both are basic warrants for driving license suspended. Another $500 security appearance bond. They want your cash bonds, by the way, but I'm going to make them security appearance bonds. So total $1,000 bond. And sir, it's getting kind of old. They're not going to be very happy for you for being absent for the last 8 years. All right. So if you post your bond, you'd be better off being there than having to sit here in this court. Okay, or in the jail. All right, step to your left, please. Mariano Torres.
Mariano Torres, 1129A.
All right, you've got 2 matters before me. One's a probation violation, and one's a new case. Sir, let's just deal with the new case, 2025-119543. All right, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, both Class 4 felonies, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I appointed a lawyer for you. Likewise, you'll be at 175 West Maza Street on May 15th for a status conference. Witness preliminary hearing on May 19th, both at 8:30. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. Contact your probation officer. If you get out within 72 hours, you're released. I'm setting bond in that one in the amount of $100. Security appearance bond. Now, in your next case...
How much was it, sir?
1 second. In 2024-118860, you got the probation matter. You're on a Class 6 felony. Your revocation arraignment hearing is May 16th at 8:30. I appointed a lawyer for you on that. You're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5. Same release conditions, including no contact of the victim of the original crime or return to the scene there. Contact your probation officer within 72 hours. No alcohol, no drugs, without a valid prescription, no weapons. And bond is set, and it's been set by another judge in the amount of $250. All right, but you're alleged to violate terms 3 and 5. So your total bond is $350.
For both cases?
Total, yeah.
Plus
that. It's 2 of them. All right?
Okay.
Step to your right, please. Left, I mean.
So it's 350? 350?
You see in your paperwork, sir. Guillermo Amador.
Guillermo Amador, 10/31/1970.
All right, sir, you've 2 warrants here. Let's start with the bench warrant in 2024-121255 on possession of dangerous drug, Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. You already have a lawyer. Your next court date will be May 15th at 8:30 And sir, I'm going to release you on to pretrial. Hold 1 second on that. My mistake on that. I got to change this.
And the only reason why I didn't get...
One second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your judge said bonds in both of them, by the way. In regard to 2024-121-2555, bond was set in the amount of $100, and we have to change that. How come it keeps going back to the original thing? Give me 1 second here. Right there. Sir, I'll be right with you.
Yes.
Okay, so in that one, bond, your judge said bond amount of $100, security appearance bond. And your next court date is May 15th at 8:30, 175 West Madison Street. And then another bench warrant in 2024, 121760 for possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. On both of these, you already have a lawyer, and bond will be set in the amount of $100 on that one also. So your total bond of $200. I reduced the bond a little bit for you on that. All right? So step to your left, please. Step to your left. Okay. I think it's Cosell Smith.
You want Johnson there, right?
What?
Who do you want?
Cosell Smith.
So next is Aaron Johnson.
Yeah, shoot.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can do it that order. Okay, I missed that. Aaron Johnson. Okay, either way. I know I kept hearing Johnson.
Aaron Johnson, 121484.
Okay, you've got two probation violations. On both, appointing a lawyer for you on both. Release conditions will be the same on both. You're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5. At least in regard to the 2022 one, which is 145516. You're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. In 2023, 10208. You're on probation for possession of dangerous drugs. Bond has been set for you on each one, the amount of $100 each, so it's $200. If you get out, contact your probation within 72 hours. Don't possess any weapons, no alcohol, and no drugs without a valid prescription. Okay? Total $200. Okay, step to your left. Make sure you make your court date, which will be May 16th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. And I did appoint a lawyer for you. Now let's try Cosell Smith.
Oh, no, his, yeah, his paper. Yeah.
That's it. And then, Smith? Yeah, Smith? Named it?
Hi, Cosell Smith.
Yep, I heard it.
Your name and date of birth.
04/29/1984.
And your name.
Cosell Smith.
All right. You got two warrants. And let's see where they're both from. They're both from the University of Lakes Justice Court. They want a much more significant bond. I would note that at least one of them you were seen in this court by someone else a few months ago, and you didn't show up for the next court date, and that was a consideration for me. So let's just deal with in 2024 159126 on probation for a warrant for criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. On your next court date, there will be May 13th at 8:30. The address will be on your paperwork. I set it I reduced it to $50. You can't return the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victims or complainants. And in the other matter, 2025 104294, same thing, criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. Appoint a lawyer for you on these. $100 bond, May 13th, same release conditions. If you get out, you better show up, because, you're given it, no, you're going to bond is $150.
So
the point is, you were in this court before in front of another judge a few months ago. You were given a new court date and you didn't show up. That's why I'm setting bond here, even though I'm reducing it. All right, step to your left. Roy Barker.
Barker. Roy Barker, 06/08/1995.
All right, Ms. Barker, you got 3 matters, so let's just deal with the new case, 2025 119554. You charged possession of dangerous drugs and appoint a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be May 15th and May 19th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison. You get out for all these, this applies, contact your probation officer in 72 hours, no alcohol consumption or possession, no drugs without valid prescription, no weapons. Because you have the 2 probation matters, I'm setting a bond of $100 on this one. And then in the 2 probation matters, 2024, 138370. You're on probation for a Class 6 felony. Once again, I'm appointing a lawyer for you. On the probation matter, she'll be at 201 West Jefferson on May 16th for probation revocation arraignment hearing, but they'll be combined into the other courthouse, the 175 West Madison ultimately, and you'll get the same lawyer ultimately. You're led to violate terms 3 and 5, same release conditions such as contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You're led to violate terms 3 and 5. That one bond was set in the amount of $100. And in 2024, 130110, another Class 6 felony, bond was set by your judge in the amount of $250. Same release conditions. You're led to violate terms 3 and 5. You'll be in court on May 16th on that. All right. So if you make your court dates, contact your probation officer promptly, and then within 72 hours, and make it to court. All right. Definitely. Ahmad Sumato. So your name and date of birth, please.
Ahmad Samaro, 2/4/1997.
All right. You've got 2 probation violation matters. I think in both of, and I'm appointing a lawyer for you on both. And you'll have the same court dates of May 16th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. If you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. You can't possess any weapons. You can't possess or consume any alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. And if you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours. So May 16th.
Bond?
Yeah. Another judge has already set bond for you on the 2022 147706 at $1,000. And in the 2024 127490, he said bond for you in the amount of $250 because you're late to violated terms 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15. All right. If you get out on bond, contact your probation officer and show up for court. All right. Pierre Newman.
Pierre,
Your name and date of birth, please.
Pierre Newman, 0108, 2004. But before, I know.
Speak a little louder, though.
I'm sorry. Yeah, before, I know we're supposed to stay quiet on this side, but.
Well, let me just tell you something before you say anything. I've been doing this for many years, not only here, but also during a trial court. There have been so many times where people have wanted to say things, and they say something and their lawyers grimace because they think it's helpful to them, and it isn't because it's everything's being recorded. You have a right to say something, but it's not always the best decision to make. Okay? And I will tell you this. Let me just go over certain things before. Okay? Mr. Newman, you are charged with possession of a weapon by prohibited possessor, Class 4 felony, possession of a narcotic drug, Class 4 felony, possession of use of a weapon in drug offense, a Class 4 felony. On that last charge, based on limited information, I don't find probable cause. Doesn't mean you won't be charged with it, but at this point, I'm not considering it. Okay, that's why I wanted to tell you. You're getting a lawyer for you, and sir, your next court dates. Keep your paperwork. Will be at 175 West Mass Street on May 23rd at 8:30 for status conference and witness preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. Now, I'm releasing you to pretrial services with an ankle bracelet, which means, okay, so you'll have a curfew, hours you'll be able to leave home. We, in conjunction with pretrial services, you'll get a packet, make sure you read that carefully. And they only put it on between 8 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. So that must mean Monday unless they're coming in earlier. So well, hold it, it's like 3 o'clock. There's a possibility, but small, okay? Now, anything you want to say?
No.
Okay, you don't want to talk me out of that?
No.
Okay. Make sure no weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription, okay? All right.
Richard?
Thank you.
Yeah.
how's it going?
Well, that could be better. Your name and date of birth, please.
Richard Holbrook Jr., 52390.
All right, sir, you've got charges of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, criminal trespass in third degree, Class 3 misdemeanor. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be, don't lose your paperwork, 175 West Madison Street on May 23rd for a status conference at 8:30. And
May 23rd, my birthday.
May 28th at 8:30. Sir, I'm going to release you to pretrial services with drug testing. You're going to get a packet. Read it carefully. It's your responsibility to contact them, follow their rules, and also make sure you get your drug testing. If not, there'll be a warrant, and you'll be back here. Okay?
So I'm getting released on what?
For pretrial services. It'll be a few hours. But read that paperwork.
Okay, so I'm getting released?
For court. Yeah, that's what I keep telling you. Unless you want to talk me out of it.
No.
Okay.
I do have another court on May 12th, too.
Well, this May 23rd.
But this one's for May 23rd?
May 23rd and May 28th. Look at your paperwork, all right?
Shoot them both. 23rd and 28th? Just call the court, make sure you got all your courts. That's what I want to do. Yep. Name the first.
Good evening, sir. Give me your name and your date of birth, please.
My name is Cecil Hunter,
And what's your date of birth?
11/29/49.
All right. So you were charged possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. So make sure you come to court on May 23rd and May 28th at 8:30 at 175 West Madison for a status conference and a witness preliminary hearing. You'll be released to pretrial services. They'll give you contact them, you'll get the paperwork, all right? And you're going to have drug testing, so no drugs without prescription, all right?
All right.
All right, so you'll be getting out in a few hours.
There you go. Hold on. Huh? Wait. You're getting out. So just grab that paper and pull it up.
Paul Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Paul Benjamin. So your name and date of birth, please.
Paul Benjamin, 11/11/1986.
And I think you heard me. Do you hear me talk to your cousin?
Yeah.
Which your birthday's like a day or two apart.
2 days apart.
Yeah, something like that. And so it struck me. I wanted to make sure I had the right. We weren't talking about the same person on that. So I know you're on probation, by the way. Well, anyway, you have two matters before me. One is a new charge in 2025 119571002. Charged with possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony. Now, I'm appointing a lawyer for you, and you can't have contact with your cousin. The same thing applies to him, all right? No alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers, and if you get out, when you get out, contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Your next court date will be at 175 West Madison for a status conference on May 23rd at 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. All right? Now, you have your probation violation matter in 2022 136375. Probation for DUI, because it's Class 1 misdemeanor. Appointing a lawyer for you on that one. Same release conditions. Sir, I'm doing something I've maybe done once before. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance on a probation violation. So you better show up, or else I'm not going to be real happy if you come in front of me again. Okay? So you're getting out in both. So you remember, 2 different places to go to. All right? This will be May 16th at 8:30 at 201 West Jefferson. So don't lose your paperwork so you don't get confused. And you'll initially have 2 different lawyers, but then they'll combine into one. Okay? All right, so step your left.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Brockton.
What's your name? Rolled up? Name is
Yeah.
How you doing now? My name's Brockton Chase Roselle. My birthday's 2/23/89.
Okay, so you're charged with possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, and driving a license suspended or revoked, class 1 misdemeanor. I don't have enough information about the narcotic drugs. I don't show there was any drug testing. Doesn't mean you won't be charged with it, but just now, I'm not finding probable cause. Your lawyer will explain to you. Ultimately, it'll be the charging document from the prosecutors that decide. Okay, but initially, that's all I have, all right? I'm pouring a lawyer for you. Your court appearance will be at 175 West Madison for status conference on May 23rd, 8:30, and a witness preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I'm releasing the pretrial services. That means you call them, contact them, be in compliance with them, and have drug testing. If you don't, you'll be in violation, and they'll ask for a warrant.
Okay.
But you'll be getting out in a few hours.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Actually, all you guys are leaving right now.
Yeah.
Line up on the door. Okay, it should be clear after.
Yeah.
I think they're ready to go.
You might as well, because we have the one hour.
Would you want to do your house call real quick?
Yeah.
Or whatever?
Thank God it's only one.
I'll just have both of you stand. Okay, thank you very much. Once you get up there, name and date of birth.
Okay, sir, in a second, your lawyer will do all your talking, but first I got to ask you a couple of things, all right? First of all, give me your name and your date of birth, please.
Pratyush Pandya, January 5th, 1964.
Okay. Okay, so you're charged with child sex trafficking with a minor between 15 and 17, a class 2 felony. First of all, I was finding you aren't eligible for a court-appointed attorney anyway, but you're appearing with counsel, and from Mr. Weingart's office.
Correct, Judge.
For the record.
Judge Mark Beller from the Weingart Law Firm. I'm on behalf of Mr. Pandya.
Okay, I put Mr. Weingart's name in it.
That's fine.
Okay, because that's what the information I had. In fact, I think that was the notice of appearance had his name on it.
Correct.
Okay. I would say this, the prosecution was asked for a bond of $150,000 in cash, but my counsel going to do your talking now, sir. He's your mouthpiece, okay?
Judge, first of all, as to Mr. Pandya's background, he's lived in Arizona for over 20 years. He's a federal employee with the IRS over 21 years. He's married. He has 2
He still has a job?
He does, Judge. This just happened last night, so.
No, I don't mean that because of this.
Judge, he has been able to stay despite all the layoffs at the job. There have been a lot.
I wasn't suggesting anything.
No. But yeah, it has been a dynamic environment there. So he's retained counsel. Obviously, he's serious about fighting these charges. He is definitely
Mr. Bell, one thing that's one thing that's always bothered me. I was both a prosecutor and a public defender in my past lives. Okay, and it always bothered me when people say, "Well, they get taking it seriously. They hire their own attorney," and it was offensive to me. I was a public defender because let me phrase my language. I was got a lot of victories as a public defender, and people that want to get a private attorney, and then they say one person said I was the best thing since white bread. And same thing. There are people who can't afford to and are taking the case seriously. So I never buy that argument for that reason. So I just
understood, Judge. And I didn't mean it that way. I just meant if he was planning on fleeing, he wouldn't put money down any place. That's all I meant.
Okay.
So, Judge, as to these charges, they're very serious charges. But what this is, as you can see from the Form 4, is just a police sting with an imaginary person. There was no actual child involved. This was there was no face-to-face with an undercover police agent. It was strictly basically telephone and text or communications. Judge, my client has never been in trouble before. He's a pillar of his community. He's mortified by these charges, and this has been the worst 24 hours of his life. So his family is ready to take him home and to support him. So we're just asking that he be released OR or pretrial services. If a bond is necessary, Judge, we would just ask for a $5,000 bond because he is no risk to the community or to flee.
Okay, thank you. I would say that just reading the Form 4, it did say, indicates the allegations are, is they did sort of take the step. The allegation was to pay for $100 for the act, and he did have a $100 bill there, and he did go there. So but that's an issue for any trial if it gets that far, or any plea negotiation. I've already mentioned that the state has asked for a $150,000 cash bond. The state's not virtually appearing or being here in person. So what I have found, I've done my own research. I did know that he was working for the federal government, the IRS. I did not show any history whatsoever. And I had to take that into consideration. And I guess I did incorporate some of these arguments you did make before in making my evaluation. I certainly, obviously it would be a different story if the person actually had been a 15-year-old girl, and obviously it was a sting. So, and that would be even worse. But the allegations are he didn't know that fact. So that's another issue. But I do find stability, lack of history. So, despite the bond and the seriousness of the charges and what he might be facing, which, as you know, having been in that office years ago, I don't know how long ago it was, but I'm going to take a chance here, because one of the conditions are whether you appear in court endangered the community. I did not find that in this case, and I took a lot of thought in regard to that. However, because of the nature of the charge, sir, you'll be released to pretrial services with an ankle bracelet, ankle monitoring. There'll be a curfew, only hours approved by pretrial services. Listen to Mr. Filler and Mr. Weingart in regard to what you're going to have to do there, because you will get a packet. If you don't comply with that, they'll probably would issue it very quickly, and it would not help your case at all if you don't comply totally with pretrial services and electronic monitoring. Do you understand that, sir? Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand? Okay. Make sure Mr. Weingart explains everything so you don't have any questions. But my guess is that he may not be able to get released until the weekend, until Monday, if they're still just doing 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, I know. You know, that's like, with the processing takes 4 hours.
I won't speak for release, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it. It's a good chance you'll be there till Monday, unless something happens that they can put the bracelet on earlier.
Okay.
It was 9 to 5.
Yeah. They're the one, so but what's happening is they have to put an ankle bracelet on.
Okay, we are in
and they only work 9 to 5. So what they're saying is you may
Is
not.
it like inside?
Yes.
Bella, can you talk to him back there?
Sorry.
Case. I got a
Judge, is you good with this?
What?
Is everything fine?
Yeah.
If you want another copy, okay, that's his copy, but if you want a copy too, I can get you a copy.
No, I'll give him a copy. I will take one of those.
You want one? Okay, I'm gonna have you come on.
Okay. Okay, let me just put this on. This is a house call. Jamie Demery. He was speaking. The information I had. This person was disruptive. It's a JC 2024-144069. It's a University of Justice Court on disorderly conduct warrant. Next court date will be May 13th at 8:30. No, you can't initiate contact with alleged victim. Bond will set an amount of $100. Okay.
All rise.
Todos de pie.
Good afternoon, you may be seated.
Buenas tardes. Pueden tomar asiento. For the record, Your Honor, Sylvia Fisher, court intruder.
Thank you. This is the time set for the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for May 9th, 2025.
Ese es el momento programado para las vistas iniciales de las 5 de la
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month
Las órdenes judiciales en cuanto a la toma de huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN que se emitieron el primer día de este mes
will apply to all matters on this calendar.
también se aplicarán a todas las audiencias en la lista de causas del día de hoy.
I will call each of you one by one to the podium.
Voy a convocar a cada uno de ustedes de forma individual para que se acerque al podio,
where you will provide your first and last name and your date of birth.
y necesito que me den sus nombres completos y sus fechas de nacimiento.
I will then advise you as to why you were here.
Luego les voy a informar acerca de la razón por la cual se encuentran aquí,
whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you,
si se les ha designado un abogado para representarlos,
what your upcoming court dates are,
también les voy a informar acerca de sus siguientes citas judiciales,
what your bond will be if you are eligible for bond,
cuál sería la fianza si reúne los requisitos para que se fije una fianza en su caso,
and your release conditions.
y también les voy a informar acerca de cuáles van a ser sus condiciones de libertad.
You may have some questions while I'm providing this advisement to you.
¿Es posible que tengan preguntas mientras les doy estos avisos?
I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete the advisement.
Por favor, necesito que esperen y pueden plantear sus preguntas cuando termine con el aviso.
You are also cautioned to keep your questions as to release conditions only.
También les quiero que tomen cuidado y realmente solo deben plantear preguntas acerca de sus condiciones de libertad.
Any questions regarding your case?
Cualquier pregunta que tenga que ver con su caso
should be directed to your attorney.
Es una pregunta que deben plantear a sus propios abogados.
Mr. Jonathan Torres, will you please come to the podium?
Señor Jonathan Torres, al podio, por favor.
And Mr. Alexander Ramos, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Alexander Ramos, por favor, tome asiento en la silla.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name?
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo.
Jonathan Belsaí Redondo Torres.
Can you also
Jonathan Belsaí Redondo Torres.
I'm sorry, and what is your date of birth?
¿Y cuál es su fecha de nacimiento?
28 de agosto de 1997.
August 28, 1997.
You are here today on a new case.
Usted se encuentra aquí por un nuevo caso en su contra.
Do we have the Attorney General? Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that we had an attorney present.
Perdón, no me di cuenta que tenemos a un abogado presente.
Can you please state your appearance at this time?
Por favor, diga su nombre en este momento.
Good evening, Your Honor. Alexandra Sweeney, appearing on behalf of the Attorney General's Office.
Buenas
Thank
tardes, su
you.
señoría. Alexander Sweeney, de parte de la Fiscalía General del Estado.
You have been charged with one count of transporting and/or selling a dangerous drug, a Class 2 felony.
A usted se le acusa de un punto acusatorio de transporte o venta de drogas nocivas, delito de clase 2.
I did find probable cause as to that count.
Determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a la acusación en su contra.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
He designado a un abogado para representarlo.
You will have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30.
Tendrá usted una audiencia de actualización el 15 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30.
Y también una audiencia preliminar el 19 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Ms. Sweeney, I did review your recommendations. I'm not sure if you wanted to make a record.
Señora Sweeney, he revisado su recomendación. No sé si usted desea asentar en el acta la recomendación.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
Sí, su señoría, brevemente.
The defendant had approximately 53.8 pounds of methamphetamine in his possession.
El acusado tenía aproximadamente 53,8 libras de metanfetamina en su poder.
He has a previous federal conviction for essentially the same offense.
Tiene una condena anterior a nivel federal, básicamente por el mismo ilícito.
The methamphetamine was valued at approximately $50,000.
El valor de la metanfetamina asciende a aproximadamente $50,000.
He is a Mexican citizen and he has no ties to the community.
Él es ciudadano de México y no tiene vínculos a la comunidad.
Based on all of that, I am recommending a cash bond of $150,000.
Tomando en cuenta toda la información, recomiendo una fianza en efectivo que asciende a $150,000.
Was there anything more you wanted to state, Ms. Sweeney?
¿Hay
No,
algo
Your
más
Honor,
que
thank
quiere decir, señora Sweeney? No, su señoría, gracias.
I am going to order a cash bond in the amount of $150,000. If you are able to post... Oh, I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead, sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I'm going to pause.
Okay, voy a ordenar una fianza en efectivo de $150,000.
If you are able to post bond,
Si usted llega a depositar esa fianza,
you must comply with your release conditions,
tendría que cumplir con sus condiciones de libertad.
as well as appear for your court dates.
Y también tendría que comparecer a sus siguientes citas judiciales.
Failure to do so
Si no hace eso,
would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post.
se podría dar lugar al decomiso de cualquier fianza que llegue a depositar.
A warrant would issue for your arrest.
Se emitirá una orden para su detención
And additional bond could be imposed.
y se puede imponer una fianza adicional.
This concludes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening.
Con eso termino con el aviso de esta tarde.
If you have no questions for me,
Si no tiene preguntas para mí,
please step to your left and the officer will give you your paperwork.
hacia su lado izquierdo y el oficial le entregará a usted su documentación.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, will you please come into the courtroom?
Por favor, señor Ramos, ingrese a la sala.
And Mr. McLean, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Okay.
Here?
Yes.
Sí.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, por favor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Alexander Valcorta Ramos, 18 de marzo de 2005.
Alexander Valcorta Ramos, March 18th, 2005.
You are here today on a new case.
Usted se encuentra aquí por un nuevo caso.
You were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI.
Se le acusa de un punto acusatorio de conducción bajo los efectos con agravante.
A class 4 felony.
Es un delito de clase 4.
Possession of a narcotic drug.
Tenencia de una droga narcótica.
A class 4 felony.
Un delito de clase 4.
And a minor in possession of liquor.
Y menor, tenencia de licor por parte de un menor.
And driving after drinking.
Y manejar después de haber tomado.
A class 1 misdemeanor.
Esa es una falta de clase 1.
I do find probable cause as to all 3 counts.
Determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a las 3 acusaciones en su contra.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Le he designado un abogado para representarlo.
You have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30.
Tiene usted una audiencia de actualización el 23 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30.
Y una audiencia preliminar el 28 de mayo también a las 8:30 de la mañana.
I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services.
Estoy dispuesta a permitir que esté puesto en libertad bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Control de Procesados,
where you will participate in alcohol and drug testing and monitoring.
Y tendré que someterse a pruebas de alcohol y también el monitoreo y pruebas de drogas.
Do you promise to appear for your court date?
¿Promete usted comparecer a sus siguientes citas judiciales?
Yes.
Yes.
Failure to appear for your court date or to comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest.
Si usted no comparece a sus siguientes citas judiciales o si no cumple con sus condiciones de libertad, eso podría dar lugar a que se emita una orden para su detención en su contra.
And a bond will be imposed.
Y se podría imponer una fianza.
This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening.
Con eso termino con el aviso de esta tarde.
If you have no questions for me,
y usted no tiene preguntas para mí,
please step to your left and the officer will give you your paperwork.
Pase a su lado izquierdo y el oficial le entregará a usted su documentación.
Thank you.
Ms. Fisher, will you inquire as to whether anybody else is in need of your services before I let you go?
¿Hay alguien más que requiera los servicios de la intérprete? En caso que sí, por favor, levante la mano.
It does not appear as though anybody is raising their hand. So, Ms. Fisher, thank you so much for helping us this evening. You may be excused.
Thank you, Commissioner Dyer.
Wait, hold on, Ms. Fisher, sorry. Are you still there? Ms. Fisher? Can we call her? Someone raised their hand that they needed an interpreter, but it was after I excused her. So can we figure out who it is?
No, Your Honor, he does not need an interpreter.
Okay. Mr. McLean, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Reed, will you please have a seat in the chair? Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Diamante Deshar McLean, February 21st, 1993.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30. You have a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. Because you were on felony release at the time that these alleged offenses occurred, by law, you are not eligible for a bond today. So I did set an evidentiary hearing for you for May 16th at 1:30. This concludes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have any questions for me, feel free to step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Reed, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Olivares, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Cyrus Reed, 1288.
I'm just inquiring. I did, for the record, I did review the victim impact statements that were provided for this matter. I'm inquiring as to whether or not we have any victims appearing in person. Did we receive any information? I'm just checking. We're not, okay. Sir, you were here today because you were charged with 1 count of first-degree murder, a Class 1 felony, 1 count of hindering prosecution, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of kidnapping, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is February 17th, 2024. I did find probable cause as to all of these counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30. You have a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500,000. If you are able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with your co-defendant. You cannot possess any weapons, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the deceased victim's family. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Olivares, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Holman, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Robert Olivares, 3/21/82.
You were here today because the grand jury charged you with 2 counts of aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, Class 4 felonies, alleged to have occurred on January 18th of 2025. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 16th at 8:30. The grand jury warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000 with the following release conditions: that you be released to pretrial services where you would cooperate and participate in drug and alcohol testing and monitoring, that you would be released on electronic monitoring, that you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have any questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay, so the release conditions are dependent on the bond?
If you post bonds, then all the release conditions that those are the release conditions
Okay,
that would
I always
be.
make sure I still had to post bond first.
You do.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Holman, will you please come to the courtroom? And Mr. Agundas, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My name is Trisha Holman. My date of birth is 9/26/80.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with 1 count of transporting or selling narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a arraignment hearing on May 16th at 8:30. The grand jury warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you are able to post bond, you must comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me,
Yes, I do. How do you go about it if these charges was not me?
Oh, and I did forget to tell you that when I advised you of the charge, The date of the alleged offense is May 2nd, 2018. So that would be a legal defense. I've appointed an attorney to represent you, so you would have to address that with your attorney.
Okay.
We're done. If you have no other questions.
Okay.
Mr. Agundez, if you'll please come into the courtroom. And Mr. Montoya, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Raymond Agundez, May 20th, 1983.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of discharging a firearm within a city limit, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving a weapon, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you cannot possess any weapons. Do you remember at the beginning when I told you to hold your questions until I completed the advisement? Yes. So, failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. A warrant will issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. It appears as though you have a question, so now you may ask it.
Your Honor, I cannot afford a bond. I was hoping to see if I can be released to pretrial services, even if I can get electronic monitoring. The ankle bracelet, I am willing. I'm not a flight risk. I am willing to complete it. I haven't been in trouble in so long. If you can see my arrest record and everything, I've been staying out of trouble. And if you can just give me this chance, I don't want to go back into my old lifestyle. And I'm trying hard to change. I'm on a methadone program, which has kept me sober.
So I'm going to ask you to just go ahead. I will call you back in after I hear the remaining matters, because it sounds like there's a lot that you want me to consider. So I will hear it at the end of the calendar.
Thank you.
I have not completed Mr. Agundez's IA, so please do not release him, because I'm going to call him back. Mr. Montoya, Miss Montoya, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Harney, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please get your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Alexis Montoya, 8/19/1998.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault to Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. In this matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. As to the violation of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 16th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So between the 2 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,250. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. And you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
So I have to pay that full if I want to get out?
It's 10% of $10,000.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Harney, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Myrie, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Over here in the center, where everyone else has been going.
Oh, sorry. I don't have my glasses. My glasses were broken last night, I'm sorry.
Well, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daryl Harney, 7/22/78, ma'am.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that count, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. Yes.
Is there any way I could, be released with the ankle monitor? I take care of my daughter, and, at my apartment, and, I work from home as well. I just had knee surgery about 2 months ago, so I'm like been struggling, making it to my appointments back and forth yeah, I have a big responsibility with my girls because my kid's mom passed away.
So I am not going to consider your request. I made a probable cause finding on the facts that I reviewed that caused you to be charged. And I find that your behavior is a danger to the community. And while you may have family obligations, from where I sit, that if these allegations are to be true, and I made a probable cause finding that they're more likely to be true than not, you were not considering those things. So that is the bond, and I'm not going to change it.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Myrie, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Perez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Colin Myrie, 11/6/2000.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of driving with a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you need to comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
So do I have to pay the full $2,500?
10%, $250 plus collateral. Mr. Perez, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Thurber, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Oh, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Victor Perez, 8596.
You are here for 2 matters. You have 1 new case, and then you have a violation of probation. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, Class 4 felony, aggravated DUI, driving with a suspended license, a Class 4 felony. The possession of dangerous drugs is a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of driving with a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of the counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, you would be released to pretrial services. And then as to your violation of probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 16th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250.
So if I post that bond, I'll leave?
May I finish giving you the advice?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I apologize.
If you are able to post bond, you must comply with your release conditions, which includes that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime and you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. Failure to comply with your release conditions would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. Your total secured appearance bond is $2,750. So failure to comply with release conditions or appearing for your court date would result in the forfeiture of that bond. Warrants would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. As to your question, you must post bond in order to be released.
So, what is the total? I have to put like 3,000?
No, your secured appearance bond is $2,750. It's 10% of that.
What if I just pay it all though?
That's up to you.
No, but I just want to know if my family posts at $2,750, boom, I'm good.
Well,
just
it's
with
secured appearance with collateral, so it's not just paying the bond. I've ordered a secured appearance plus collateral.
I never went through, like, I don't know it, so I would have to do the 10% and then collateral?
So I know that there's information in the back regarding different bonding bills bondsmen. You need to contact them to see what their policies are and what they consider for collateral.
Okay, so as long as they get everything done, I should be able to leave just as long as I comply with the pre-trial services, right?
If you post bond.
Yeah. Just, I'm gonna call my family here and let them know what it is, and if they get taken care of, I will leave, just comply with the pre-trial services?
Yes, your paperwork will have all the information.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, Your Honor. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Ms. Thurber, will you please come into the courtroom? Hello, ma'am. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jennifer Thurber, and 7/1 of 72.
You are here today because you have 5 warrants that were issued when you failed to appear for a court date. Attorneys were already appointed to represent you in those matters. Just make sure that the court date. So one of your court dates is a status conference hearing, and that'll be on May 15th at 8:30. One of your court dates is a disposition hearing, and that is on May 15th at 8:30. Another disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. Another disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. And a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30. You have a total bond in the amount of $2,500 cash bond.
Okay.
That's what it is. So if you're able to if you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for all of your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. Warrants would issue for your arrest again, and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. So if you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to the left. Thank you. Mr. Mariscal, if you'll please come into the courtroom. And Ms. Madeline Dominguez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Dennis Lopez, January 24, 1998.
You are here today because of violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. A warrant would issue again for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. Thank you. Ms. Dominguez, if you'll please come into the courtroom. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Madeline Dominguez, December 2nd, 2005.
You are here today because a warrant was issued as a result of a petition to revoke your probation was filed. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 16th at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure you comply with your release conditions and appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. a warrant would issue again for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Figueroa, if you'll please come to the courtroom, and Ms. Patterson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alfred Lopez Figueroa, 5962.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause as to the possession of dangerous drugs, but I did find probable cause as to possession of drug paraphernalia. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
What? I didn't understand you.
My intention is to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date.
Yes.
You must comply with your release conditions, which include that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Patterson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Arlo, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Michelle Patterson, 090891.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 3rd at 1:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, I do.
You have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you have to comply with those orders.
Okay.
You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You are protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you have to comply with those orders.
Okay.
You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You are permitted one civil standby with law enforcement to assist you in collecting your essential belongings. Failure to comply with the no victim contact order in this case could result in you being charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Arlo, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Gary, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Arlo Charlie, 71376.
You are here today because on a new case, you were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes. When is this?
Your paperwork will give you the court dates because I just told you what they were. So don't lose your paperwork because it'll have the dates on them.
Okay, so I get out today on this court date?
Are you let me finish?
Do I get out on this court date?
Are you going to let me finish?
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So part of your release conditions is that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You have to appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond being imposed. You are going to be released today to pretrial services. You're going to receive a packet. It gives you all the information about what pretrial service is and what you are responsible for, and it will also include your court dates.
Okay.
All right, so if you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Gary, if you'll please come to the courtroom. sorry. I called you Mr. Yuri. You are Mr. Yuri?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry because the first name is Deshaun, and so it could go the other way. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I was referring to you correctly. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Deshaun Gary, 11/9/99.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of theft, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your court date.
I will.
You have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. I also just want to tell you this. I was on the fence on whether or not to release you to pretrial services or impose a bond. So this is your last chance.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
you do not comply with your release conditions and you do not appear for your court date, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a beautiful day.
Mr. Ross, will you please come into the courtroom? Oh, I needed to fix this one. I needed to fix this one. I have to fix this order. For Nehemiah, one that I'm doing right now. I just didn't, there was just one space where I didn't, okay. So just, I'm calling Nehemiah Ross, so that just needs to be reprinted with the corrections. Mr. Ross, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nehemiah Ross, April 22nd, 1998.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say April 22nd, 1998?
April 22nd, 1998.
Thank you. You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 4 felony. This did not save my change. I'm so sorry. I did not find probable cause on this count. So tell me, is it showing on your side?
What are you trying to?
I'm trying to have it note that I did not find probable cause. Over next to the charge, is it showing now? Okay, on my side it wasn't showing that way. Okay, so I did not find probable cause as to that charge. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. You also have 4 violations of probation as a result of police contact.
You said 3 violations? You said 3 violations?
Okay, are you going to let me finish?
How did I get 3 violations? I never called in as 1 violation.
I just said because of your recent police contact, you just got arrested today, so that's an automatic violation of term 1. Are you going to let me finish?
But I was never selling art, but...
Thank you. So, you have 4 violations of probation, and for your information, you have 4 cases that you were on probation for. When you had police contact, it's a term 1 violation, so it automatically comes in as a violation of probation. I appointed an attorney to represent you in those matters. You do have a probation revocation, possible disposition hearing on May 16th at 8:30. I am going to release you on your own recognizance on those matters as well. So you do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes.
Failure to do so could result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and bonds being imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. Just go ahead and have a seat. The officer, I had to fix one of your orders, so if you'll go ahead and have a seat, he'll bring all your orders into you.
Okay. Thank you.
I am going to call Mr. Agundez back into the courtroom. Mr. Agundez, I did have an opportunity. I went back and I reviewed your criminal history. I went back and reviewed the form for the probable cause statement, the information that I took into consideration. The reason why, and I just want you to understand, because I did hear what you said and what you wanted me to consider, but I need for you to understand why I am imposing the bond the way that I am. First of all, you are a prohibited possessor. And allegedly, which I found probable cause on, that you were in possession of a weapon. I then made a probable cause finding that you discharged your firearm within city limits. And in reviewing that, it wasn't that you were in an open space. It was in a residential area, allegedly. So that then leads me to, what is your decision making? It appears that your decision making is not good. And then that there is a safety issue for the community. Those are factors that I have to consider. So while you say that you have not been in trouble for a long time, the type of alleged trouble that you've been in now, while you were here, it's very serious.
I understand, Your Honor.
And so that is the reason why I'm imposing the bond that I'm imposing. It is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000, so it's 10% of $1,000, which is $1,000 plus collateral. I don't know if you can afford that or not.
I can't.
But
it's just going to cost you.
I think that you are fortunate. You're talking about what it's going to cost you. What you should be looking at is that nobody got hurt. If this alleged offense is true, somebody could have gotten hurt.
Those are blanks in the gun.
Well, that's a legal defense for you to raise with your attorney. And that's not how the probable
Your Honor,
cause
please, this is my first time picking up a firearm, and I never had.
You're never supposed to pick up a firearm. I don't care if it's your first time.
I'm not, and
so
I won't again.
I made the time so that we could have the discussion. I'm not changing my decision today. I'm not. So if you will please step to the left, officer, we'll give you your paperwork. We have to start clearing. We have to clear.
What Maynard? She didn't get that yet.
I did not clear. I'm sorry. I did not mean to skip over. Miss Maynard, will you please come to the courtroom? Is there anybody else that I skipped?
Matthew Dancer's also not.
Mr. Dancer, will you please come to, I'm sorry, Miss Maynard, if you'll please come to the courtroom, and Mr. Dancer, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Maynard, go.
Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Sheila Maynard, 4/1992.
You are here today. Something has happened. Her warrant was in here, and now it's not. It was a direct complaint. Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the notes. You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services today without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Failure to appear for your court dates or to comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
If you fall asleep when I come out to the plane, you're leaving.
Mr. Dancer, will you please come into the courtroom? Mr. Dancer, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Matthew Dancer, February 1st, 1971.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for those court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Promise.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime as one of your release conditions. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
I understand.
So that takes care of everything I needed to advise you of. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
We should have a seat on that.
I'm gonna just take a quick pause. There's backing up. Sorry. Mr. SubHom, if you'll please come into the courtroom.
Good evening.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kumar Shubham, 12/1/86.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of child sex trafficking of a minor between the age of 15 and 17 years of age, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause to that charge. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot have any contact with any minors. You are prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means except for work or school, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me.
I do have a request, ma'am. I've been in a catch-22 situation where I have money to pay the bond, but I have no contact of the person who is supposed to bring that money. I have relatives here. I have my daughter of 9-year-old, but I don't have the number for them to pay me. I have an attorney which I'm willing to hire so that I can free up this resource for the right candidate, but attorney says give me money first, otherwise they can't offer you. So the help that I need is, instead of bond, can I be put on an ankle so that I can go out, get that money?
Let me, just so you can have some understanding of how serious this is, the state wanted me to impose $150,000 cash. That's what the state was asking for. I ordered a $100,000 secured appearance bond, so it's $10,000 plus collateral. These charges are very serious, and the other release conditions and whatnot that I put in place, those are statutorily required. So that I can't help you with your personal issue. There's information with Bell's bondsmen that you can call, and they can advise you of how they can assist you in posting bond.
So if I, again, my biggest challenge is not the money, but ability to reach out to people. So if I reach out, and this is my first offense ever in my 39 years of career, and debating this aside, it will be clear in the law, but keeping that aside, my question is I just need to reach out to people. So do you think that the team can help us?
I don't have the ability to help you with that. I don't know how you communicate back in jail. My job is, the scope of what I do here today is to tell you what you were charged with, whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you, what your bond and what your release conditions are. The other things that you're inquiring to me about, that's not anything that I can help you with.
Can bond be paid over on weekend, like tomorrow? I don't.
I would recommend that you just contact the Bell bondsman, and they'll be able to answer all of your questions.
Thank you.
That.
Have a good night.
Michael Lavin, date of birth, January 12, 1994, is not present in court today due to the inability to follow directions. He is in on a new case. He was charged with one count of attempted robbery, a Class 4 felony, one count of disorderly conduct involving language or gesture, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of threatening and intimidating with threat of injury or damage to property, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all three counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He has a status conference hearing on May 15th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If he is able to post bond, he cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. Failure to comply with release conditions or to appear for a court date will result in bonds being forfeited and warrants issuing for Mr. Lavin's arrest, and additional bond will be imposed. I will advise Mr. Lavin of these things. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Mr. Theodis Holland, date of birth, February 10th, 1983, is not in person due to the inability to function. Mr. Hollins is here because there was a warrant issued out of Green Valley Justice Court. He was not appointed an attorney, as he was not entitled to one to the nature of the charge. This have an arraignment hearing on May 23rd at 10 a.m. The court is inclined to release him on his own recognizance. He will be advised that if he fails to appear for his court date, another warrant will issue for his arrest and a bond will be imposed. After I meet with Mr. Hollins, if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Francesca Romero is here, date of birth, March 24th, 1996. She's not here in person due to the inability to follow orders. She is here due to 2 warrants resulting out of violations of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent her in both matters. She will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 16th at 8:30. Each of her warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500, bringing her total bond secured appearance $5,000. She will be advised if she's able to post bond and she fails to appear for her court date, that any bond posted would be forfeited, warrants would issue for her arrest again, and additional bonds could be imposed. After I meet with her, if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.